can be a great people, Kal-El, they wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Hey everybody, welcome to the video and welcome to the channel. We're here at the flea market. Nice everybody's honking all of a sudden. Nice overcast day. These are the mornings I love. Nice little overcast, cool. Sun will probably come out later. But it's gonna be a quick trip. I do gotta everybody's honking right now. I don't know what's going on. My daughter has a doctor's appointment later today, so we're making this a quick trip. Probably just be here for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half at the most. They are still working on that front section right now. They're still repaving. But let's get in there. We're selling on eBay, Mercari as well too. I always forget about that. eBay and Mercari. Looking to buy low, sell high, name of the game. Yeah, like the video and subscribe. Let's get in there. Oh, first take a look. Nice, freshly painted over there, if you guys can see that. Pretty cool. Can't wait for the new section to be open. All right, let's go. All right, everybody. I don't know where anybody's at right now. Everything's all... what do they have over here? They have all... Okay, they opened up this other section. Routines are blown up probably for the next few weeks. Let's get in there. Just roll with it.
How much for the staples?
$3. Well, I got 2 if you want.
How much is the camera?
$20.
20? All right.
It's like $80 camera.
Okay. What is that? I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, 20 bucks for that camera. No way. Older digital cameras do bring some good money, but that was like a 4.1 megapixel. Nah. Oh, I was intrigued by that stand right there. Sledgehammer. Yep.
Hey, don't put them on the ground, man. Don't do that. I was about to say, that's why. Oh, okay. $4.
This is a vendor I buy from pretty regularly. So he was, I didn't want to interrupt him. He was watching a video there. So I got some music over here to the left. So let's move through this pretty quickly. Yeah, it's just really odd in this section. I wonder if they are working already on the larger area in the middle. Because last week they didn't have this side open last week. Yeah, there we go.
No, este es para cargar. Este ya es de los poquitos más viejos que tienen dientitos. Este es el que para cargar.
Este es el anterior.
El anterior.
Este es el viejito. Este es el nuevo.
Es el más nuevo.
Mira, le voy a traer uno para que vean nomás.
El tuyo está bien.
¿Cuánto está? Está bueno.
$3. Les tengo este color y este, o dame 2 por 5.
Mire.
Para que no se te pierdan.
Mire.
Es el mismo. Es el mismo, hermano.
No tiene el nuevo.
Oh, we gotta move on here. Okay, hold on. All right. Let's see what we can find here. Just picked a bunch of vintage hats, which I'll show you guys right now. Jerseys.
How much?
20.
Oh, this one?
Skeleton keys. Oh. It's in good condition. Got some weight. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot to ask. I was going to go back to this other vendor there and ask on some pricing here. I got distracted by these hats. What brand we got here? Don't know. Probably nothing. But these American Girl dolls. Pottery Barn. Pottery Barn Kids. Alright, give me a second. Alright, so we got the Madam Alexander. We got an American Girl doll. American Girl doll couch. And a set of glasses for myself. There you go. All right.
Oh, 7.
So, oh, just 7?
Yeah, the 3 items, right?
Yeah.
7.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. All right, we got those. $7 actually better than I even thought. So let's see. All right, I forgot. Sidetracked over here.
What kind of games do they have? It's table games. Seven card, blackjack, or
All right, let's come back over here because I want to get around this side really quick. I'm gonna show you the hats I picked up. Oh yeah, 5 or 6. I got 5 hats for $60, so they're all vintage. We got more music. Hold on. Okay. So what we're gonna buy a Lego set. The Lego set I've been wanting. It's in pieces, so according to the vendor, they are. It is complete. So we will. Obviously, we're gonna have to put it together. It's a very large set, but I think it's. I mean, it's $100 is what I'm gonna pay for it, which is well worth it. It's a Voltron set. I don't think I said that. Voltron set, and I believe it goes for $200, $250, maybe $300. So $100 is a good deal, even if it's not complete. Because I don't think those pieces are necessarily original, so I can always find those pieces if I really, really need to, if it is missing one. But let's look here. There's music playing, so I'll show you what I find. I still gotta get to those hats. Okay, I think I'm far enough from the music. I mean, those speakers are pretty nice. Oh, I walked down here already. Those speakers are like, I can still hear the music pretty clear where I'm at, and I'm pretty far from that vendor now. But Dang, that music was taking up most of that section there. Okay, I had to just get out of there. So yeah, they already ripped up that large section, which is what I assumed they did. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to stop at the ATM machine because I need $100 cash for a deal on the Lego. Yeah, more music over here. Hey, man. Hopefully I'm just gonna let it run and see what happens. I don't know, it's just like a tune. I don't know if I hear any words or anything. Well, no, I do hear words now. What is this? Icy hot. Back therapy. Back, Alright. Okay, let's go this way. Alright, we found Lupus. Shit. Okay. Alright. This was... Something's burning. Oh, you know what? They're doing the construction. That's what it is. Something's burning. I smell something burning. Hey, good morning. It's the asphalt they're laying down. These do okay, but I'm gonna put these on Mercari because I don't want to get flagged on eBay. This is a little like Lululemon box. Maybe if there was a set of these, I'd get more, but maybe there's a set somewhere. Well, if I see more, I'll pick that one up. Okay, we'll pick up this one. Can't pay too much for it. It might only sell for around $20-ish, and it might take a while to sell. But it's still worth it. I'm gonna go look at the table. Chakra. 2 audio CDs right in there. Looks like 2 CDs are in there. What else is missing again? Because a workbook, audio CDs, and chakra cards. I don't see. Are these the cards they're talking about? I don't know. This is like a bread and butter type of thing, you know. It's going to be about anywhere between $10 to $20 what it will sell for. I mean, I've been picking up a lot of big hits as of late at the Goodwill, so I'm not. Yeah, I'd like to get a bunch of little things I can post. No, but I'd like to get like a nice selection of little items, polybag stuff, maybe some shoes, some keys are always nice. What size you got here? Size 13? There's some damage, yeah. No, we can't take those. Always attracted to these games. Really cool artwork on the front there. Game board. That is really cool. This person must have been like, you know, into the spiritual realm. Okay, hold on. I don't want to mess up these hats. Okay. Well, in the meantime, instead of kind of just shifting things around here, here's the hats I bought already. Got the Brewers, the San Diego Padres, old vintage stuff here. And then I think the crown jewel of the whole bunch is going to be this Expos one. So I'm going to try to leave those on top because I don't want to put this down here. Okay. I don't want to crush those. Keyboard, it's not really worth it. I'll also okay, let's try the table. That's what I really want to. Just something down there. It's an interesting game. I might just look these up because. Oh, hey, Teotihuacan. That's the name of one of my Wi-Fi networks. I have three networks, 3 wireless networks running at my house, and that's the name of one of them. I'm getting that just for the sake of the name. Yeah. Okay. So definitely someone that's into stuff I like as well too. Couplings. Zola. I don't know what those are, but maybe we'll look up that name. Could be personalized though. Lots of stones. Definitely someone into the spiritual side of things. Interesting. Is someone rolling around with a speaker? Not only do I got to contend with the people that have music on at the different stands, I contend with the people walking around with speakers. I think that's some sort of like military badge, or no, military pen of some kind. I'm intrigued. Nothing. Oh, little beads. Oh man. Little beads rolling around everywhere here. Oop. Oop. That man. That was there. Okay, I'm gonna go through everything else here and let's see what we can find. Okay, so I grabbed the board game, the Teotihuacan, City of the Gods, and that's probably going to be about $30-ish. It is brand new. If I don't keep it, I mean, as you guys know, I'm a huge history guy and Mesoamerica. Mesopotamia, those ancient places of the world and their history. See what we can find. Pretty cool one. It works via Bluetooth. The world's smartest camera. What is this? Alright, so for the, got two, these are remotes for stereo systems, and then I got the mouse, and I found this little Dyson battery here, so $16 for everything. Isn't bad. I should make most of my money back with just the Logitech mouse. It does have the Bluetooth logo, which is good. because there's no receiver. So, and I believe that one will work with the unifying Logitech receiver if you want to use RF or radio frequency. But it'll work perfectly fine as a Bluetooth speaker. I mean, as a Bluetooth mouse. And then the little remotes are usually between $10 to $15 each, is what they routinely sell for. Pioneer, Sony. Stick to your major name brands with those. And then the Dyson battery, that one's a bit of a wild card because I know they're worth it. However, I don't know if it works. I have to plug it into my Dyson at home and see if I can charge it up at least. I don't know if it'll work with my Dyson. I do have a bit of an older Dyson that I found here at Flea Market, but we'll have to test it out. It's interesting. One moment. Okay, so those glasses, I was quickly looking at it, kind of caught my attention because it said loop, X loop on it. And a brand you definitely want to be on the lookout for, a vintage, a 90s. I used to have a pair, were killer loops. Some great sunglasses if you're, you know, if you can find them. I have yet to find those since the 90s. I have not found them out and about. I think because they don't really look like much, or they don't really look like they're worth it, so people probably just scrap them or throw them away.
Esta leche. No sé, pues ella la chivilla. Es la que está viendo aquí. Hey, amiga, ¿está buena? La leche.
Milk? $1.
Los últimos se me quedan. Están prendidos, están prendidos.
Oh, it's turning on?
Yeah, this is check. The more too many is the last one.
Oh.
This one.
How much is this one?
Oh, this is $1.
$1. Okay, I'll take it.
This is $5.
I'll take this one here. Here you go. Thank you. Okay, now personally, hold on. Okay. I thought I spotted something there, but personally, I really want to buy milk out here. I don't know about that. I mean, the produce, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of produce here. Oh man, hold on. Okay, I think the reason why the music is kind of, there's a lot more, is everybody's been forced into a condensed little area. These are ribbons. I guess these are ribbons? Fuzzy ribbons?
Okay, mi amor, besito, yo también te amo.
I'll ask about those.
Bye.
These are definitely not.
pieza, $1. Ah, bueno. Ah, no sé quién me había hablado.
Over here.
No,
How much are the sunglasses?
the D1,
Yeah.
30.
30?
25.
25? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No worries.
$1 la pieza, $1. No, es de ella.
Okay, I'm really kind of thrown off here by everyone's where everyone's at, because typically I would have, after I asked the price or I saw who the vendor was, I knew that the prices would be kind of high on those. So, and Ray-Ban sunglasses, well, good, will probably sell for right around $40 to $50 on eBay. Oh, let's go check this out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm only going to probably take a few days to discover like who's where, and then it's all going to go back to normal.
Creo que sí.
Gracias. Esas en 10.
Go, bro.
10.
10?
No, todavía no le he encontrado la combinación. A veces se ponen ceros, pero ya ni de ceros, unos y nada.
Pretty cool.
En $8.
We have Betsy Johnson.
You can try, papá, you can try. Para que no compra le hace daño, Sí, agarra.
Leaping into 2008. That looks creepy. Pardon me.
What is yours?
Found bingo. She's my favorite.
$3. Esos a $1 cada uno. Dame $3.
Alright, see what we can find here and I'll get back to you. Okay, we got $100 cash. Transaction fee, which I really hate paying. But it is what it is. I was thinking of doing like a video series of flipping items to buy Lego sets that I want to get. One of them was the Voltron, but since I see it here used for $100, let me show you guys what it goes for used. Lego Voltron. Okay, so there it is in used condition. Obviously complete. I don't know if it's complete. I'm taking the guy's word for it. He says it's complete. So we're getting a really good deal at $100 on it. And if it is complete, again, I gotta state that. You never know. You're here at the flea market. You never know if anything works, if anything's complete, if it's authentic. You got to do your best. Yeah, hopefully, you know, especially with designer stuff, with I always go towards Coach because it's very common to find around here, and it's also very faked a lot. So you really gotta know what you're looking at. I mean, there's all kinds of fakes. Just when you think, oh, no one could fake that, no one would fake that, it's fake. So be careful. Know what you're looking at. I'm gonna complete this purchase. I don't know if I showed it on camera right now, but I don't know if I showed the item on camera or the Voltron. But let's go. Oh, I'm also gonna ask about. There's three other things I think I wanted to ask on. So we're gonna do that right now. He's right. Is he right here? He's right here? Oh no, he's over here. He's over here. Yeah. There's a brand of hat to look out for that looks like that. Okay. All right, man.
Oh, you're back?
Yeah. Made it back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Much for that. Excellent. All right, cool. Thank you very much, huh? Thank you. Have a good one. There was something I wanted to ask on over here. Oh, the guy I bought hats from took off already. But yeah, this is what we bought here. The things are in there, but Voltron. That's what we purchased. Worth it to me. Oh, maybe the hat guy is still there. Okay, we're gonna go check on a couple things really quick and then head on out because I gotta get my day started. Still gotta get orders out. So I'd come over here before getting the orders. Rolodex.
Oh no, they're all over, yeah. Good one. Really good. And I can get more.
How much on the Rolodex ones? 4? All right, cool. Is the other one 4 too? This one, the bigger one?
Things in the package are 4.
All right, cool. I'll take these 2 Rolodex ones. And then how much on the Wizard?
5.
5? I'll take the
20. I got that at Paramount years ago.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I love Paramount.
I like Wizards. Huge fan of Wizards. Yeah. And these are expensive in the store. Jeez, yeah.
Trust me.
I go up to San Francisco and I see them up there and I'm like, oh, I want to get them, but like I can't bring myself to pay that.
I moved from a house to a condo. Now I'm going through my storage. And I'm really downsizing on shit that I never thought I would sell, but I can't keep everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
Keep everything.
Well, there's $11, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, thanks. Enjoy
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Don't break it because it's pewter, so it's kind of soft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
These always get lost right there. All right, cool. Thank you.
Yep. You ever go to Paramount?
No.
Oh, I'm Meridian. Yeah. They got cool stuff.
I'll have to go check it out.
Yep.
All right, take care, huh?
Thanks, man.
And we got the wizard. You guys heard the prices. Each of those Rolodexes, I'm going to look them up, do a little more research, but 25 a piece on those Rolodexes. This guy right here, $30, so definitely a good deal. I might keep the wizard for a little while at least. That's really nice. It's Perth pewter, by the way. Yeah, Perth pewter right there. That's what you're gonna look out for. The other one too to look out for is what is it called? Oh, something Forge. Not Washington Forge. Yeah, think about it. I'll have to get back to you guys on that one. I can't remember the name right off the bat. But stay tuned to the end for the recap. We'll get some talking points, and we'll look at what's sold. Hey everybody, welcome to the end of the video, and hope you guys enjoyed that trip over to the flea market. You know, just another great day at the flea market, and we got some great items. You know, that little pewter sculpture, definitely be on the lookout for those things, those fantasy ones. You know, around my area here in the Bay Area of California, you know, I tend to find those more, like shops that sell that stuff are more along the coast, you know, where a lot of tourists go. That's where they tend to sell a lot of those figurines, those pewter ones. And they sell for a lot of money. Retail-wise, they sell for a lot of money. And this one just happened to be signed. I was able to look it up. And it should go for over $100. So that was a great find. Those little brand new in the package organizers, those should be around 20 bucks a piece. So a great score at that table. And I was trying to get to that table earlier to try to figure out what the prices are on those items. I'm glad they were still there because it was kind of busy at that table, so I didn't want to, you know, just butt in. And yeah, I'm all thrown off, you know, the flea market. I've already said this before. I can't wait till it gets back to normal. Just like I mentioned in my videos, I don't know if I mentioned in this video or in another video after this one. They'll come out after this one. Is, you know, I'm very much dependent upon the location, like where people are at, where where landmarks are, and I know, okay, I know that vendor's there, I know that vendor's there. That's how my memory works, and it's all blown out of it's all blown out of proportion. But I was glad I was able to get the Voltron set that day when I went, and you know, I had to rebuild it. Legos are always hard to, you know, when you have like partial sets or partially built sets, it's kind of difficult to go, you know, kind of like almost re-engineer it. And so I was able to go back. I was able to get most of it together. You know, the guy did say, however, you know, I was already in the impression there were going to be missing pieces. I was already okay with it. But he did say, you know, it is complete in the box. It wasn't complete in the box. There were several pieces that were missing. Luckily, nothing really, really major. Actually, is it on one of the other one? Well, one of the guys here, it uses it's missing like a silvery piece, which was kind of not necessarily unique to the set, but I need it for this. It's not a common piece, not one in every single set, but I have seen it before. I will need to get one of those at some point, but not a deal breaker. Resale value on Voltron would be right around $250 for a completed Voltron set. And you know, I was able to get it for $100 that day, and I'm keeping it, of course. It's a Lego set. I'm keeping it. And I was a huge Voltron fan when I was a kid. I had the original Voltron, and of course, I always loved Legos. They had a Lego set. I wish I would have bought it when it first came out, but I didn't. But I have it now. So that's cool. We're
we're gonna get to what's sold, but you know, there's a new video. There's a video making the rounds. It's called that thing just move? Don't move. That was kind of weird. It looked like that thing shifted on its own. I have a little plush right here that I was listing. Just a little alien from Toy Story. And you guys know I love Alien from Toy Story. You know, I don't know. There's something about I mean, I love aliens and space and Disney, and you put all of them together, and what do you got? You got a great collectible item. There's a video making the rounds. It's called what is it called? I was just kind of looking at it here. It's called What Reseller YouTubers Aren't Reseller YouTubers Aren't Telling You. What resellers aren't telling you. And I hope I'm telling you guys, you know, what you guys want to hear. And you guys see me going out there, and I've stressed how important it is to find items that you can resell. I'm in San Jose, California. There's tons of stuff here. You guys see every video. I mean, all this stuff is quite. You know, I know a lot of people. You know, Tech and Sports, big time reseller down in Florida. You know, he goes an hour away, 2 hours away from his you know, from home base. And some people have to do that. Some people have to go out to those different areas. Some people have to drive out far. One of the guys, the locker buyers that we're going to try to run into, hopefully on Thursday, he goes to different flea markets up and down the, you know, I don't think he goes that far south. I think he has been south before. But he goes to different flea markets, you know, around the area. And, you know, he just doesn't concentrate on one flea market. He's primarily a flea market guy. Buys storage lockers, flea market. Usually. He does sell on eBay as well, too. But sometimes to find the profit or to make the profit or make the money, you got to drive around. You're going to have to be going out there. Fortunately for me, and I'm, you know, in a unique situation. Well, there's a lot of people in my area that are in this situation, so I don't think it's really unique. I mean, I go out there and I see tons of resellers all the time. You know, I'm fortunate to have plenty of thrift stores in the immediate area, and they're full. You guys see in these videos, they're full. I see people that comment on the videos, you know, how full these thrift stores are. The flea market is always popping. You know, even on rainy days, it's still popping. Check out the live, by the way. Every Thursday, we're going to do a live from the flea market. What else? So I've been to other places. I was in, you know, we have family over in Texas. So we were in Texas a year and a half ago or so, I think now. And, you know, we're hitting up some thrift stores and Goodwills. And I don't know how I'd be able to make it if I were in Texas. El Paso, Texas, more specifically. Thrifting, just thrifting and trying to resell. Definitely would have to add a lot more. Swap meets, you know, down south in Southern California, they call them swap meets. Over in Texas, they call them swap meets. It's just a flea market, basically. So I have to do a lot more, you know, probably swap meets or flea markets there. And I was talking with another YouTube guy. What was his name? Ready, Set, Resell. I forget his name. Uses a code name, I guess, for his YouTube name. Last time he was here in San Jose, and you know, because he does a lot of estate sales. It does crazy. You know, I find some amazing items at estate sales. Estate sales for me don't really work. You know, we've been to a few where, you know, they're obviously run by, you know, some of the ones we've been to are run by estate sale companies, and the prices are just wild. So I don't know if it's because of the area. The stuff just it isn't worth it. So it's tough. It's tough. Easier for some, depending upon your area. Like I said, I've been to Texas, El Paso, Texas, and thrift stores would be rough there. I don't know if I'd be doing thrift stores there. I'd be driving to 4, 5, 6, 7 different thrift stores. I might just do, you know, stick to garage sales and flea markets there. You really got to figure out when you're in the area you're in, you want to do some reselling, you want to find items to resell, You're going to have to figure out, where the, the hot areas are, where the areas, what you need to concentrate on to find the merchandise. So be it thrift stores, garage sales, or flea markets. Now, some parts of the country, flea markets and garage sales are seasonal, so that also presents a challenge as well too. We were up in visiting my mother-in-law over in Reno, and actually the thrifting was amazing there. I was like, wow, everything was jam-packed full of stuff. We found some amazing items. I know Vegas is also good too, but really depends on your area. And my goal is to hopefully show you guys items that can be resold on eBay for profit. It could be big items, like big bolo items. Like in the video today, that pewter piece, that's going to be like $100 item. And maybe somebody watching this video didn't know anything about these fantasy pewter pieces. Or maybe people see Legos and they just pass them up all the time. But Legos are a great resale item. If you buy it for the right price, of course. You got to get it for the right price. $100 and you can turn that into a $250 sale. Are you making exactly $250? No, there's fees and everything. And I kind of showed a breakdown of fees in my previous video, a couple videos ago, I think now. There are fees associated with that, so you got to take that into consideration. There's shipping supplies you got to take into consideration. I have something to say about an item I recently purchased. Okay, let's get over to the what sold really quick. Okay, I know this video is probably going to be about an hour or so, a little over an hour. So, gonna take a little bit of time to edit this video. Okay, let's pop these videos up, or these pictures up over here, and right off the bat, we have a Razor TARDIS. I can never pronounce that word right. I'm not sure. They usually they'll usually name they used to name their products mostly after snakes. I don't know, TARDIS. It sounds like the Doctor Who thing. I've never actually looked that up before. Let's just see what it is really quick, because now I'm curious now that I'm making this video. Underworld, Greek mythology? The infernal regions of ancient Greek mythology? Because Razor used to name their products, most of their products, after snakes. So, okay. Either way, we have it's a gaming keyboard. It's more like a half keyboard. It's even probably less than a half keyboard. So it just gives you the most important keys when you're gaming. Now, I have a couple of these, but the one I actually prefer is by a company called Belkin. Belkin was the first one that actually came out with this device. I don't know if they actually came out with a small, like half keyboard style, but they came out with a device very similar to this. And I don't know if Razer actually bought the patents from them or if they bought Belkin. I'm not sure. But I prefer the original Belkin one for my gaming. I have one. Do I game that much anymore? No. But I used to like to game, and I have it on hand just in case. But I do have some other Razer ones, and they're not as great in my opinion. But so I found this at the Flea. I found this at the Goodwill, and we're probably just going to break even on this one. Now, the issue was this probably would have sold between $30 to $40. However, when I got it home, like I talk about electronics all the time, when you test it, or you never know if it's going to work, so you got to buy it for a low enough price. And sure enough, I got it home. Everything works except for the little space bar key. It's right over here by your thumb on this device. And it works. It's just kind of, jiggle it around a little bit. I can't sell it as working, so I sold it for parts. I was like, all right, you know what? I'm just going to break even on this one. I'm not even going to bother trying to fix it. I could potentially open it up and try. I think I could probably fix it. But not worth my time. I'd rather just make my money back. And I might even make a little bit less. Actually, upon review, if you look at this, the buyer paid $15.22 in shipping. That was an error in my part. I made a mistake, and instead of putting 13 ounces, I put 13 pounds. So I was like, holy cow. Why didn't they say anything, first of all? Because that's kind of outrageous in my opinion. But they agreed to pay it, so I could, I mean, I don't know. Let me know what you guys would do. Would you guys refund him some of the shipping? The buyer didn't even reach out to me, nothing. They just bought it. And I'll make a little bit of money because I messed up on the shipping. But I'm not going to make the money that I wish I would have made on this product. I wish this product would have worked. It's a great product. I really do like it. For me, it's just not my... I just don't like the fit of it since Razor took over. Okay, enough of that. All right. Well, I wanted to bring up the fact that sometimes we just break even on things. It happens from time to time, especially in the electronic world. That's why you have to buy it at low enough cost so that way, if it does not work, you can at least hopefully make your money back or maybe make more money because some items do sell for quite a bit in broken condition. Now, I'm going to jump. I was going to show you a mug right now, but let me jump over to the next tech item. So this is a RAID card, and a RAID is basically, what do they call it? Redundant array. I always forget the acronym. But either way, it allows you to connect multiple drives together, and it basically looks like, you know, when you look on your computer, you know, if you pull up your computer, you see a C drive, D drive, E drive, whatever. But if you have, you know, 3 or 4 drives, they might show up with 3 different letters. However, if you set it up in a RAID, it'll show up as just one drive. And then you can just like back up, you know, different types of RAIDs, and you can, you know, set it up to back up your information, or I'm not going to get into the specifics of that. However, we sold it for $143. A great sale. We got this in a big old bundle from the flea market. And we ended up paying $2 for this item. So great profit on this item. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, wow, you really took advantage of that person. Well, first of all, they gave me the price. So I was like, all right, I put together a whole bundle of items, and they told me what it was. A guy I buy from pretty regularly. As a matter of fact, the guy I bought this from, it's kind of wild because he always has, like, he sells a lot of toys. Then he'll have like a lot of sporting goods stuff. And then there'll be one like computer piece sitting on his table there. I'm like, why is there just one brand? And it's like usually a good computer piece. It's not anything that's, you know, just you know, a broken little circuit board or something. And so he had this on his table, and I picked it up. I got a big old bundle full of other items. And after, you know, I broke it down, you know, did the math, it comes out to $2 each item. So this came out to $2. Now, great profit. Now, I bought this item on a, you know, I was like, all right, I'll just throw it in. It's worth the gamble because if it doesn't work, if it didn't work, it's basically worthless. And I'm buying it from the flea market. And when you buy internal computer components from the flea market, because I like to live a little dangerously, you never know if it's going to work. You never know what condition it's been in. Has it been sitting in, you know, in a storage locker? Has it been banged around? Is there anything broken off of it? Has it been sitting in water? You don't even know if it's been sitting in water or not. You can kind of sometimes see if there's any, you know, dried water spots on it. You never know. There could be water underneath that black thing is called a heat sink. There could be water underneath it. There could be stuff broken underneath it. I have no idea. I have no way to test it. So I got to buy it for as low as possible. I have to buy it already knowing, just like I'm gonna go into a casino and gamble. I'm gonna buy it with money that I know I'm gonna lose. But sure enough, I won this time. So I won. I won, and I won pretty big on this one. So $143, and surprisingly, okay. So I was talking about, you know, how locations always stick out of my mind and all that, kind of how my memory works. So funny thing, cool thing too as well. This Intel RAID card is going to Los Alamos, New Mexico. And if anybody's familiar with, you know, Los Alamos, the government, secrets, whatever, military, and the address looked kind of funky too. It looked kind of weird. You know, when you ship so much stuff out, you know, certain addresses will kind of stick out at you and be like, that's kind of odd, you know. Okay, it looks, you know, it's legit because sometimes eBay will, sometimes I've gotten these issues where there's too much information like in the in some of the address fields, and it'll say, you know, we can't ship it out here. You got to fix this, or too many characters, something like this. And this was kind of one of them, but it didn't give me any problems. It let me print the label out. And so Los Alamos National Laboratory, you know, government stuff, government secrets, who knows, aliens, well, I don't know. Kind of cool, kind of interesting. Great sale, and it's going to an interesting place as well too. All right, so and again, this is a gamble one for anybody out there. I'm not recommending people go out and buy these internal computer components unless you know what you're doing, you know how to test them. I do. That's why I take the chance. I know that I'm gambling with it, and I got it for $2. So, all right, let's move on to something a little, you know, way different than what we were just talking about, and that is a mug. I sold it for a little bit less, or I accepted an offer for a little bit less than it probably should have gone for. Probably should have gone for more of around $25. However, so Cornell Lab, it's basically just a bird lover's mug. Cornell Lab, definitely one to look out for. This was from the Goodwill. Now, $19.98 is what they offered me, and I accepted it. And I accepted it because I was able to see where they were from, and they were from Pollock Pines. And Pollock Pines is in California, and it's actually on the way. Is it on Highway 50 already? Yeah, I believe it's on Highway 50, and it's on the way to Tahoe. And when I was younger, my snowboarding years, I was up in Tahoe every chance I got when it was snowing. When there was snow on the ground, I was up there every chance I got, and I would always drive through Pollock Pines. And I was like, oh, Pollock Pines, it just brought back memories for me. You know, I talk about how a lot of the stuff I buy, a lot of stuff I collect are all about my memories and, you know, my past, and not so much that it's, you know, new in the package or anything like that, but just brought back a memory. And then this sale just brought back that memory of, dang, me driving through Pollock Pines. And Pollock Pine, if you guys remember Taco Bell, not Taco Bell now, because I know Taco Bell does breakfast again now, but they stopped doing breakfast for a while. But they did breakfast before that, back in the 90s when I was in high school. Who kind of aging myself there. But back when I was in high school, there was a Taco Bell across from our high school. And they had breakfast, and they had these double bacon burritos. It's nothing like now. Their breakfast is nothing like, the breakfast back then is nothing like the breakfast they have now at Taco Bell. It was really good back then. And they made these monster double bacon burritos with the hot sauce. Oh, so good. And in Pollock Pines, when I would drive through there was a Taco Bell there, and I discovered that I had stopped there briefly because I was really hungry and extremely tired as well too. So I was like, all right, I'm driving through Pollock Pines, there's a Taco Bell here, let me pull right off to the side. Let me replace the battery and I'll finish the story. Yeah, okay, good. Got the fresh battery in there. So I pull over to Pollock Pines. It's like, I think 1 or 2 stops. It might only be 1 stop if I remember correctly. But anyway, I pull into Pollock Pines. I remember there was a Subway there, and they were like, Taco Bell. All right, great, we're going to Taco Bell. And I'm going through the drive-thru, and I see they have the original breakfast. This is after Taco Bell stopped doing breakfast. They have the original breakfast menu on there. I'm like, I'm getting double bacon burritos. So I chowed down on some double bacon burritos, got a little bit of rest, and hit the road again, back up to Tahoe, because that's what I did, and that's what I wanted to do all the time, was just be up in Tahoe. Sierra Tahoe, mind you. Great ski resort. If you guys are into snowboarding, you know, snow sports, skiing, all that, Sierra Tahoe, my favorite by far. Amazing food. They had we're going way off topic here, but they had an amazing, reseller talk is done, but they had an amazing meal called the Belly Buster, and it was a giant hot dog, like a foot long hot dog in a giant French roll, covered in French fries, and we're talking a huge plate, covered in French fries, and then covered in chili, and then covered in cheese. It was amazing. I mean, after like half a day of being on the slopes, it was like we were starving, and amazing meal. So either way, I saw the guy was from Pollock Pines. I was like, you know what, you got it, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna accept that offer. I also do that for people from El Paso, Texas as well, because I have a lot of family in El Paso. I was just talking about that. And so if people, ship me offers from El Paso, if it's reasonable, if it's unreasonable, I'm not gonna accept completely unreasonable. But if it's reasonable, they're from El Paso, generally I will accept those. Actually, there's a guy in El Paso. I don't know him personally. I know him just through eBay, who sells incredible vintage toys. He's not a big-time seller, but he has incredible vintage toys. Stuff from my childhood, and I've purchased toys from him before. So, that's just, that's not really anything. Just cool stuff. I'm going off on a tangent. Either way, thank you guys for watching. Hit the like button by hitting the thumbs up. Subscribe to the video. We're going live every Thursday, so please hit the bell notification to get notified of those lives, and we'll catch you next one.
They can be a great people, Kal-El, they wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Welcome everybody to the video, and welcome to the channel. We're at Goodwill right now. Our evening, me and my wife's evening trip over here to the Goodwill. Smaller Goodwill, so we don't pick up too much usually, but you will see the shelves are pretty packed. Hit the thumbs up button to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let's get in there, see what we can find for eBay. Buy low, sell high is the name of the game. Alright, just getting the cart was a little bit of a chore. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can find there. Try to squeeze through here. Okay. Alright. Going straight over here to the glass area. We'll check out these end caps really quick as we are heading in that direction. Don't really see too much. Nothing. Look at these chickens. Chickens are everywhere. Chickens, roosters. Looks like the shoes are kind of cleared out a little bit. Somebody's buying them. Candy corn. Oh, that's Sugar Fix. That's a good brand to look out for. Although, yeah, one of those earrings is broken. One of them had little beads in it. The other one did not, and it looks like it's cracked. However, if you see Sugar Fix, definitely look out for it, especially closer to the holidays. We've sold a whole bunch of Christmas earrings one year. They have $75 on their Doc Martens. What do we got? Anything in the box? In the glass? There's some headphones right here. Those are HyperX headphones. So not the best in the world. A bunch of shavers. Alright, let's get to the back and see what's in this box. What is this? Strong wind. Soprano? I don't know. Maybe a wind instrument? I might look it up later if I'm... I doubt it's anything. But a whole bunch of these shavers, though. Alright. Let's head to the back. Their usual routine. Oh, you know what? before we head over there, let's see if there's any silverware. Nope. That is a pretty chipped up there. I'm not getting that guy. Interesting glass little base thingy. Okay. Alright, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what we can find. A bird cage, no. Went through some wallets over here. Nada there. That car stereo's been here for a while. Probably came out of a, I don't know. To me it looks like it probably came out of a Lexus or something. No. Not the big fat no there. No.
Yeah, some teenager had a thing for the skateboard, and then when he got older, he was like, man, I don't really care for this no more. Or he went to college, and his mom was like, I'm getting rid of it. And he was like, okay.
What's over here? Beanie Babies. Oh, those Star Trek things are still here. Yeah, we've already looked those up. Brand new? Looks brand new. Toys R Us exclusive. Interesting. Look at this. Backgammon? Yeah. Made in Taiwan. Well, the glue appears to be coming undone there. What's going on here? What's going on? Grr. Okay, the zipper's not working. This is an older set. Might. I don't know. Might. Look it up. Let's do that. Okay. Let me make sure that's new. Look at this. Now. Okay. What is this? Sheets. Discs. Blue or cobalt glass. Come this way. Nope. Nope. Little salsa maker. Okay, let's go check out the miscellaneous pottery and the glass. Things aren't looking very promising. A boomerang. Probably not a real boomerang, just a decor piece. What is that? 30x microscope. It's intriguing. We probably still use it on modern phones. It's like an old, looks like they're sampling it on a iPhone 4. But, I'll take a look at it, might as well. Might as well. Okay, here we are, here we go. Connects can do really good. That looks like, for $11, it should be a good price. It's gonna be a big shipping item. I shouldn't just say that word by itself, but it's gonna be a large item to send out. So I'm gonna make sure it's worth it. This mug right here, huh? It is super light. I look down. I gotta make sure looking down. Sometimes the Pyrex is down here. Well, I don't see it now. Don't see anything over there. What's over here in the mugs? I gotta look at the mugs every single time we come. You never know. I sold a mug just recently for $34. There are mugs that are valuable. Here's a Mickey or a Disney one. Yeah, Disney Parks. Special way of making people smile. These aren't terribly valuable. And what do they have it priced at? I mean, this is probably like a $5 one. No, $8, $9. I mean, if you round up, $9. Dang. Whew. Yeah, no. The clear glass is on this side. There's the clear glass. Now, most clear glass really isn't going to be worth it. Might be the occasional piece here and there, but we still take a look. Oh, you know what this is? This is the whiskey brand, Heaven's Door. This is the whiskey brand by Bob Dylan. Heaven's Door. We're getting that for show, no matter what. No matter if it's worth it or not worth it. We're getting that. Matter of fact, I'll probably look it up right now just to see if it does have any value. Stand by. Okay, so I couldn't find anything on those glasses other than one listed for $21. However, I don't think a single one would be worth it. For $21. I think the pair would be good for $20 to $25 for the pair is what I'm thinking. If I sell it. Holy cow, that is really heavy. $22. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now, this is actually probably going to be worth it. As opposed to, I mean, well, this one looks fancy and it It feels like cut glass, but I don't think it is. I don't know about that name. That's a weird name. I'm gonna look it up really quick because I'm not familiar with it. Okay, so it's Irish glass, so made in Ireland. So it's heavy. It is nice, but probably only be like $25. So we can't pay that. However, we can do $6.39 on this nesting cat. Let me just make sure nothing's wrong with it. I don't see anything wrong with it. Appears to be in good condition. This will be probably about $40 what I'm thinking on that. I'm not sure exactly. I'll have to double check the comps, but that should be a good buy right there. This right here. It's that is, I didn't see that coming. Just strange. Vessel. Alright, it's a bit odd. Was not. Oh. Kind of intrigued by that. Sort of like. I'm really fascinated by this thing. It's kind of odd. Markings on there? No markings or anything. I don't know, I'm intrigued. Something has me intrigued with that. Let me put it down here. Okay. So they're super clear, but I don't think. Look at that. Huh. Is there another one? Now about this. Save on. Probably had a top to that. What is this? I just saw something right now. Right here. Oh, not glass. That is a glass. The plastic. All right. Okay, let's take a look at the wood. Wow, what kind of box is that? Wood and that thing made its way up here. No, there's really nothing in here. Let's go this way. Okay, we're definitely getting the cat. However, probably more like a $20 cat. The ones that are more valuable are the colored glass ones, or the iridescent. They have different variations, but the clear glass will probably be a $20. I saw a $15 one that sold on bids. So typically, if it's sold on bids for that, you can add a little bit extra to it, not too much on bids, for a buy it now listing. Look at this. This is weird. Made in France, Saks Fifth Avenue. Saks Fifth Avenue for $5. I don't think this will be worth anything. Let's see, like that now. But it has a little pouch in there as well too. Some matching pouch. Does it even go with it? Socks with Tabernet usually really doesn't bring that much, but I'll take a look at it. Just because it looks kind of like a slow day here today. But it's not really necessarily, oh no, hey, okay, just not buying that. Not getting that. But just a good day to come out, take a look at stuff. We don't necessarily treat these days as you know, we gotta buy. More like a, let's see what's out there. Maybe there's some good stuff, but let's see what's, you know, what's worth it or not. Scouting trips is what we like to call them. We're going scouting trips. So I did get some good stuff at the flea market. I shot today's Thursday, so I shot a live video earlier today, starting my new schedule of live shows. And then I did a little recap video at the end. So, I mean, I got plenty of stuff. It's not like I really need to be out here sourcing. I still got plenty of stuff I got a list and stuff from the flea market that I got that I filmed, stuff I didn't film. So, what's this right here? Something? Wilson's leather. Oh, they won't throw Wilson's leather. Wilson's doesn't really bring that much. Oh, but the Heaven's, I already talked about the Heaven's Door, talked about the nesting cat. We're still going to get it because it's in good condition. $6. Yeah, I'm questioning whether or not to get it. Every time I say it's 6 something, and technically I round up to 7. So, that's $7. And if it sells for 20, oh, it sells for 20, what, with fees and everything. So we would, let's say we make $13. Subtracting fees, you know, we're probably taking home $8 on it, maybe. One thing you want to try to do is to get top rated and be top rated plus. Then you get a 10% discount on final value fees. I'm gonna look down here. Oh, look at that guy. Okay, let's walk down this way. Let's take a look over here. The last time I was I had a video over here. I got what do you call it? A Vero, not a Vero. Thinking eBay. A copyright. So I'm gonna take a look and I'll show you guys if I find anything. Okay, I'm back here in the clear glass. I put away that one clear glass ashtray looking thing, but I was over there with the shoes where the music is, and I just found a pair of Jordan 1 Concord. So the patent leather. There's definitely some damage, a lot of wear and tear on these, but I think they're pretty legit. I think we'll take them. And we'll be another $11.89, so I think those should be okay. All right. Oh yeah, that was Avon. One was over there too. While I was over there, I grabbed this Shake Shack shirt. Not worth it for the $7, but my kids love Shake Shack, so I wonder if they might want that. Okay, I'm back here in the glass, so I'm going to check stuff out really quick before we leave. Oh yeah, I grabbed this thing. I forgot about this. It's... I don't know. It's not heavy or anything. It's not signed. I don't think I'm going to get it. I might scan it really quick. Let me see. Okay, so there were some similar comps. It came out to like $11, so we're not going to get that for sure. Put that there, put this here, this down here. I'm going to ask my wife about that. And then the vintage backgammon set is probably around, oh, that was right there. It's probably around $20, but with that zipper issue there, I'm gonna leave it behind. If it didn't have a zipper issue, I'd probably pick it up. They're funny. Little alien guys. It's a dog toy. But I'm definitely getting the Heaven's Door glasses. Let's put that back. I like it, but not really. The microscope we're putting back. Oh, we're gonna put that back. We're gonna put this back. And do you think Phoenix would like that Shake Shack shirt? It's like Shake Shack, size large. Alright, so I handed off the items we're going to take to my wife, and we decided, I asked her, about her opinion on the cat, and so we're going to pass on the cat. Yeah, I just don't really think it's worth the efforts of waiting for it to sell and then boxing it up. It's glass. I mean, if it was something, 6 something into 20 and it wasn't glass, maybe like a t-shirt or something, that'd be good, but it's going to take some effort. Got to use a box, packaging material. Alright, we're going to head on out of here. I'm going to put this shirt back. My wife said going to get it from my son, but we're not. Okay, let's rock and roll.
Hey everybody, welcome to the end of the video, and hope you guys enjoyed that trip over to Goodwill. That's one of our regular spots. We don't find too much as far as volume goes, but we definitely find items, here and there that really do hit pretty big sometimes, or they're just good quality items. And we found those shoes, which are probably around $50, those Jordan ones. And then the Connect set is also probably around $50, maybe more like $60 for that. That's a Toys R Us exclusive. Pretty crazy, brand new from Toys R Us. That's pretty cool. Obviously, Toys R Us isn't around anymore, so that obviously adds a little bit to hopefully help get it sold. Today was Thursday, so I did my live show. I want to show you a quick update on that, and also too, before we get to the what sold, we're going to talk about 2 topics. About a comment that somebody commented, not on my video, on one of my videos, but a comment I made on someone else's video. And then, what's been making the rounds around reseller world this week, regarding a video that someone made, about the truth about reselling or what resellers aren't telling you. So, I'll talk about that in a little bit here. But I want to show you guys this little handy cam. So I picked this up in my live show today, and in the live show, I believe I said it went for about 40, maybe $50. However, upon further review, upon getting home and looking this up and testing it out, it is a Sony Handycam. The model is DCR-HC30. Oop. There's the model right there. And that should sell for $100 to $120 because it is working. If it was broken, it'd be more around the $30 or $40 range, or as is condition, but it actually has the charger. It had some cassettes in here, but I don't recommend sending the cassettes. I mean, unless you can wipe them or you know how to wipe them properly. I don't have the ability to wipe these ones. They're the tiny little cassettes. And You know, I really don't recommend people sending out any hard drives or flash drives out either, unless you really know what you're doing and you know how to properly wipe those. You guys know I'm a tech person. I'm into computers and everything, so you know, after it's left my hand, it's really been wiped. I mean, the data is really gone. Well, not 100% gone, because the data is never 100% gone. I'm pretty sure law enforcement, you know, the government can retrieve almost anything unless it's been completely destroyed. That's really, really the only way to 100% ensure that your data, if it's on a hard drive or stored digitally somewhere, is really, really gone, is to completely destroy the device. You know, the stuff, you know, who I'm selling to and all that, you know, they're really not going to be able to get that information off after I'm done with it. But a cassette tape, I don't know. I have no way to rewrite it, and I'm not going to. I could probably do it on the device, but that's going to take me too much time, and I'm not going to bother with that. It was a Chick-fil-A night at our house, so we had Chick-fil-A tonight. But on to the topic. So first, I commented on a video a little while ago, and the person, you know, was talking about problems that are on eBay, issues, and you know. Selling, you know, there's, you know, eBay isn't showing my items. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard all these problems. You know, there's all kinds of, you know, you can go down the rabbit hole of YouTube videos of people having problems. But I commented saying, you know, I haven't really, and it's true, I've never really experienced many of these issues that people are talking about. I really only experience every once in a while a problem where I just can't really print out a label. But then I usually wait a few minutes and then it works itself out. Maybe I'm not on eBay during the times these problems are happening, but I'm on eBay a lot. If you're doing this full time, you're on eBay all the time. On the app, you're on the computer. I have it up on my computer almost all the time. I'm constantly, you know, checking my items. I'm going through, checking my numbers, make sure everything's looking good. Sending out offers, messages. So I'm on eBay all the time. And I don't experience any of these problems. So I commented, you know, I don't experience these problems, you know, and offered some suggestions as to what maybe, you know, what's going on as far as sales or what that. And then somebody, not the creator, but someone else commented on the video, and you can tell he was kind of like loud typing or loud screaming or loud, you know, shouting on through the keyboard. You can kind of get that sense from it. But said, you know, I'm not the problem. First of all, when someone starts off their thing say, "I'm not the problem," more than likely they're the problem. You know, it's based on my experience, and if someone says that, they're usually the problem. So, but no one wants to be the problem. You know, no one really wants to take responsibility. Everyone always pass responsibility. You know, I've seen it. I've worked in, you know, several different places. You know, you guys know that I worked full time at a hospital up till a few years ago. And I'm only part-time now, like really part-time, is 1 day a week part-time. But yeah, I mean, everyone's always passing, you know, the problem along, you know, or it's not my problem, I'm not the problem, it's that person's problem. It happens everywhere, you know. eBay world is no different, reselling world is no different. It's everywhere. So when someone starts off with the problem, I already know. I'm like, oh well, that's, you know, reasoning with that type of person is not gonna happen. They're not gonna listen to it. And then they went on to say, eBay. No. They went on to say that don't you see that everyone that's selling, all these sellers are creating videos about all these problems that are on eBay. You know, everyone's creating videos about these problems. Well, first of all, and that's really what I'm going to address here, is that eBay, people that are selling on eBay, and I'm big primarily about eBay because, you know, it's the big dog, it's the one I primarily sell on. You know, there are, if I remember correctly, around 18, what was it? Where's my phone at? About 18 million 18 million sellers. What was that? Yeah, 18 million sellers. 18 million sellers on eBay. And I don't think 18 million people are making videos here. And I don't even think 1 million. If there were 1 million sellers all having the same exact problem, we probably have something here, and eBay should definitely look into it. I think if we have 500,000, you know, maybe even 100,000, you know. But I'm pretty sure the people that are making videos that are reselling on eBay are probably like this much people. Not that many people. Not that many. You know, maybe a few thousand, maybe? I don't know. I don't really come across like thousands. I mean, I maybe come across, I don't even know if I come across 100. You know, I get recommended, you know, these videos all the time. Maybe a few hundred. So, and not all of them are, you know, talking about problems about eBay or what issues are happening. So, to me, personally, it sounds kind of like isolated issues. And then some people bring up other problems they're having, you know, not just necessarily eBay related, but other issues. And then you start thinking, you know, there are people. And again, I come from most recent employment, or I'm still employed, is from a hospital. And some people just are all problem prone, you know. I had a friend who was always getting into car accidents. I'm like, how in the world are you getting into car accidents all the time? His own fault, other people's faults. I'm like, dang, dude, you just are accident prone. It just doesn't even matter. You shouldn't even be on the road. And some people are just prone to these things. I don't know. Is it the energy they're putting out or what? But some people, you know, they're just... I've encountered so many people. Especially working in the hospital, man. Let me tell you. Man, some people just will never get it. They'll always have issues. They'll always run into problems. There'll always be roadblocks in their way that they're coming up with on their own. I'm like, there's no helping. Sometimes there's no helping these people. And sometimes just the fact that they can, you know, preach it on YouTube is probably helpful to them. And, you know, and we are out there listening and watching, and for me, you know, I watch a lot of these people that are, you know, having issues, and I try to, you know, offer some support, and I always get, you know, but they don't seem to really want the support. It's more like they just want someone to hear their problems, to hear their issues out there in the world. And maybe they don't really want a solution. Maybe they just want to, you know, their voice to be heard, and that's kind of it. You know, but I don't know. I don't experience the same problems that these people have. And it seems like not a lot of people want the solution either, or want a potential solution, or they don't want to try new things. They don't want to change, you know. You got to change. I've talked about this. You got to change. You got to keep learning. You got to keep growing, you know. It's very important to keep growing and moving. Otherwise, you end up stagnant. And, you know, no one wants to be stagnant and just, you know, blah. You know, it's just not, you know, that's boring. It's boring to me, in my opinion. So, you know, this commenter was just like, I wasn't going to respond to it because there was going to be reasoning out the window of these people and waste of time, in my opinion. And then, you know, kind of going hand in hand with, I think it kind of goes hand in hand with what's been making the rounds lately. Someone made a video about resellers not really showing you the whole truth, or not telling you the whole truth, and I think that's true. Yeah, that's definitely true. We can't show you everything that we do because a lot of it is boring. You know, you want to see the boring work. The boring work is what puts the money in the bank that allows us to keep doing the fun stuff. You want to see me going I go to the post office every single day, and so yeah, I've gotten to know everybody at the post office, and I got to know everybody at the flea market because I'm there at the flea market almost 3 days a week. Got to know people at the Goodwill, so we're practically at Goodwill 6 days a week, even on the weekends too. You know, but it's fun for us. You know, we enjoy it, and I enjoy the weekends when my wife is available and we can go out to the Goodwills together. And we just like it. We love the hunt. You know, we love the hunt for items and find unique items. I've mentioned before, you know, like going to Target and Walmart, that's boring. That's like stagnant for me. It's boring. Same old stuff. You know, yeah, I need shampoo and soap from time to time, and I'll go to Target or Walmart and pick it up. But if I want to find something cool, unique, I'm heading to the flea market. I'm heading to Goodwill, maybe TJ Maxx, you know. But as far as shopping, I mean, if I want a Lego set, I'm probably going to go to Target, you know, or a Lego store. But some of the stuff is just, a lot of the other stores, it's just the same old stuff. So we enjoy it. We enjoy going to these places. And one of the most important things, and I've said this, the most important thing is finding the items to resell. I was talking with a friend of mine who's going to try to get started on eBay. And, you know, he was asking me different questions about the other stuff. But the most important thing is finding the items and getting the items listed. You know, the other stuff is just the boring, you know, backroom stuff. Some of it isn't important, especially when you're just starting out. But finding those items is key. Finding what is going to sell is key. That's why I'm showing you guys where I'm going. And, you know, a lot of people find it entertaining just to watch people shop. And that's what a lot of content creators are doing, is showing the fun, the entertaining part, finding cool items out there. That's what sells. That's what, you know, when we're watching the videos, you know, when you're watching someone's video, especially if they're a big enough channel, you know, they're going to get paid quite a bit, you know, on that ad revenue. And that YouTube ad revenue, that might be, you know, their full-time income, and then reselling on the side. So they can sit back and, you know, just cherry pick certain items, or they can, you know, I heard a comment the other day, someone said, you know, I always look to 10 times my money, which isn't realistic. And for a full-time reseller, you know, 10 timesing is actually pretty rare. It happens often because you know, people like me and everybody, you know, it depends where you live, and I'm out there 6 days a week. So just by the, you know, the time I spend out there, I'm going to find those items. If I'm only going once or twice, odds are I'm not going to find those items, because other people are going to swoop in and grab those. But finding, you know, 10 times your money isn't very easy to do, and it's not something that you should be doing if you're doing it full time. You should be looking for profit everywhere and anywhere you possibly can, especially because, you know, we all need money in this world to, you know, to have a house, have food, and all the other stuff. So we got to be finding profit, and my goal is always to double my money at least. And so that means when I spend $5, doesn't mean I'm going to spend $5, sell it for 10, because I got to account for fees, shipping, supplies. I'm going to buy it for 5 and hope to sell it for 15. I got all that other, you know, fees and overhead involved. So you got to think of that. You got to think, when you're watching YouTube, these people, this YouTube might be their full-time gig. It's not mine right now. Could be, but who knows? Who knows what the future holds? But that could be their full-time money. And so then the stuff they're picking up is more just for, you know, entertainment purposes. They'll probably list it and see if it sells. You know, I know some people that list a whole bunch of stuff. They buy storage lockers. They list stuff. If it doesn't sell, they either donate it or they trash it. That's it. Because it makes more sense for them to just go out and buy another locker and replace it with other stuff, as opposed to letting it just sit there and collect dust or sit in a storage locker that they're paying for. And so I'm pretty sure a lot of these other people are doing it on YouTube, you know, because they're making pretty good money on YouTube. So they're buying stuff just to make the video. And then if it sells, great. That's money on top of that. If it, you know, and then if it doesn't sell, you can get rid of it because you made money on the video. So, you know, or if somebody, you know, they have a full-time job and they're just doing it on the side. It's the same exact thing. If you're working full-time and just reselling part-time, it's the same thing. Sometimes YouTube can. I know a lot of people, and you know, in this whole social media space, is kind of still in its, you know, still somewhat new, and not a lot of people think that you can make a good living on social media. And if you buy something and you resell it, you're a reseller. You resold it, you know, or you sold it, you know. So, controversy? I don't think so. It's, you know, it's just a way to make a living. That's it. That's it. You know, there's so many ways to do what we do. Obviously, if you're here watching this, you're a reseller, or you like the entertainment part of it. But if you're a reseller, there's so many ways to do this. The big dog in our space, in our world, that recently just came on social media is Tech and Sports. And, he has a big group, big following. And he has a certain way that he likes to do things. He preaches about it. He has a group and everything. It's not my personal choice. I don't particularly care for the methods and the way he likes to do things to earn that money. But there's many ways to do it, and for some people that works. That works for them, following his plan. It doesn't work for me, but it works for a lot of people. And obviously, it's a proven concept. I mean, he's done it, so it's proven. And other people are doing it. Proven concept. I don't particularly. It's not my cup of tea. But there's millions of ways to do things. I come from an engineering background, so there's a lot of ways to fit a square peg into a round hole. That's what engineers do. Try to solve impossible problems. You're presented with a problem. Hey, this is what I want you to do. Do it. I remember I was watching the documentary on how to make an iPod, and I remember, the dreamers or the artists, coming up with the idea of the iPod, and then it's an engineer's job to make it happen. And sometimes it looks like an impossible project. It's like, how are we supposed to do that? What do you want us to do? And then, you present them with, here you go, this is what we got. And then the person, the designer is like, no, you know what? Back to the drawing board. Make it, this is what we want. And then, then you go back and forth and eventually make it happen. You make it happen. I mean, just look at the world of computing, computers. No one ever thought we'd be where we're at. And, AI now. No one ever thought we'd be there, but we're here. We're here now. It happens. So many ways to do things. You don't have to follow my way. You don't have to follow anybody else's way. You just got to find the way that works for you. And if you're here for entertainment, great. And I hope I'm providing some entertainment value as well as some information. If you're here looking for information or tips, tricks, not really any tricks. It's just get it done, get the job done. I hope you guys think the items I'm picking up are cool and unique, and I'm trying to use my knowledge, a vast knowledge of doing this for well over 20 years. As a matter of fact, this coming Saturday, I've talked about that I've started out in sports cards and memorabilia, reselling, and I found some old wax packs from the junk era of baseball cards and one football pack. So I went ahead and did a break, and I showed some stuff from my personal collection. It'll come out Saturday morning. So I'll have just a little card break, and if you're interested in cards or sports cards, or you want to see some cool stuff from my collection, that'll be Saturday morning. But okay, enough of that. Enough of talking. There's a lot of talking. And allergy season is here, so my throat's a little dried out. Nose is a little acting weird. I wasn't feeling good for a couple of days, but it was really windy here, so my allergies just took off, and now we're kind of getting back to normal. So we're good right now, but let's do the what solds. Hey everybody, I'm jumping into this video really quick to show you what sold. This sold really quickly, and by the time I got to make the actual video, this video will come out on Friday. The time I'm going to make the video will be Thursday. Finish the video is going to be Thursday, so this item's going to be sent out. And I wanted to show you in person this item right here. This thing sold immediately after I listed it. I just got back on the flea market. I had my flea market hat on, and I was doing some listings. This vase, I got at Goodwill, and if I remember correctly, I was trying to remember what I paid for it, but it was right around $5. Might have been $8. Either way, sold almost the moment I listed it for $65. I accepted an offer. I really didn't know what to price it at. This is a David Salazar. Don't know if you can see the etching on the. Hopefully, the etching will come out. Let me try to do that with my hand. Maybe you'll be able to see that. But it's David Salazar. And I've come across David Salazar glass before. Local artisan from Santa Cruz. But this one said Lundenberg Studios. The previous glass I've sold from David Salazar didn't say Lundenberg Studios. So you'll see it's also etched on the bottom. This is a perfume bottle. And one way you can tell, differentiate it's a perfume bottle from a vase is it's going to have a stopper. This one obviously doesn't have a stopper with it. However, if you see that kind of rough part inside the glass there, that means there was a stopper there. It's also a good indication of a quality piece. You see it a lot in decanters. I have a decanter here, which I've shown before. You'll see the edge, how it's really just rough on the inside there. So that makes a nice connection there. So obviously your alcohol doesn't escape. Same principle of perfume. As long as your perfume doesn't escape out of there, the vapors or the evaporation occurs. I mean, it's still going to evaporate, but it slows it down. But really, check that out. That's really put my hand behind it so you guys can actually see. I mean, it's the blue glass on the inside actually has the floral pattern on it too, as well as the outer clear glass. So $65. I didn't know really what to price it at. There were no comps on this exact piece. There were other David Salazar, Lundenberg Studio pieces out there. And they were going for a couple $100, $300. Some listed for $300, $400, $500. I'm pretty sure I could have gotten $200, maybe $250 for it. However, because it's missing the stopper, I really didn't know what anybody would be willing to pay for it without the stopper. So I listed it as a vase / perfume bottle. So if anybody does have a stopper for it, they can replace it or use their stopper on it, or they can just use it as a vase, like a bud vase. Here's another type of, this is a decanter. You don't really see this in perfume, but you'll see how this has a, this is like a little plastic or silicone connector. It's still got the rough part in there, but this one is a silicone. And you can kind of tell it's very smooth as opposed to like these ones here. This is rough. So that there's a very rough, connection made between the stopper and the actual bottle. This one here, when it's, like a little, this is still a decent, this is like a $25. You can see the label there still. It's about a $25, decanter. But this is really smooth on the inside. And it could be, not, what do you call it? Rough or anything, and still be a, like you won't see this rough patch at all on these, and it'll still be like this. It's still a great quality decanter. If it doesn't, I mean, decanters don't really go for that much. I mean, there's some decanters that go for a crazy amount. Most decanters don't really go for that much. However, one way to differentiate between the two, or to determine if your vase required a stopper, is to see if it has any of that, the rough part right around the inside edge, not quite on the edge, but on the inside part right there. You'll see that roughness there. But David Salazar, Lundenberg Studios. There's other David Salazar glass out there which does incredibly well. We've bought and sold it before. This is just another piece. $65 is what it's sold for. Great little vase, and this easy shipper. I know it's glass, so there's the possibility of it breaking, but it's nice and small. I put it in a box. I have a 6x6x6 box that'll work perfectly for this, and we'll get it shipped out to the customer, and I hope they really like it. Okay, back to the regular video. Okay, back to the regular what solds. I wanted to show that before I sent that piece out, just because I wanted to show you, like, what as far as if it needs a top or not, what to look for. And that was a really cool glass piece. I mean, David Salazar, amazing glass, local Santa Cruz. Otherwise, okay, let's jump into the what solds here. And first, right off the bat, it's going to be normal. It's going to be right over here. But the In-N-Out Burger French fries plush. Look out for this. It is pretty rare and it is desirable. Remember, not everything that's rare is necessarily desirable or valuable. Picked up for $1 at the flea market. So this one I like 30 times my money. Well, a little bit less because of the fees and all the other stuff I talk about. But pretty cool. It actually supposed to come with more fries. So this probably could have gone for more. I believe it came with, it had like a little tag on the inside. And I think it had about 6 fries on the tag. So only 2 fries. Nonetheless, still sold for $30. Great item. And super lightweight. It went for under a pound. I did put it in a box because the actual container for the fries appeared to have like some sort of cardboard, or it was wrapped in fabric. Something was wrapped in fabric to hold that shape. I didn't want to put it in a bubble mailer and it get crushed and then lose the shape that it was in. So we wanted to get that there safely. Now the second item is another plush item, and this was an anime plush. I knew it had some value the moment I picked it up. I had to scan it because I wasn't 100% sure what it was. But I knew it was anime, and I knew it was going to be valuable. How did I know? Just based on experience, based on me being out there, seeing all these items, finding different items. And this one was easily identifiable because of the little red gem right here in the middle. It was just like a little plastic thing. But it was supposed to represent a gem right in the middle of the forehead. By the way, if you guys are watching X-Men 97 right now, Mr. Sinister with his gem right here. The end. Oh, wait. I won't spoil it or anything if you guys are, I'm not going to talk anymore about it. If you guys haven't seen it yet or interested in it. But this item has that little gem right there, so it's easily identifiable. Looks like a rabbit. I don't really see cat, but apparently it's a crabbit. So, little anime. Picked up at Goodwill. The Goodwill prices are usually around $3 or so for their plush. And turned that into a $45 sale. So really cool. And 2 items, that are, well, 3 items if you count the glass. And, that's pretty, that took some, a little bit more packaging than normal. It wasn't crazy. But these ones here, that, like I said, the In-N-Out fries, I put it in a box 9 by 7 by 5. That's the size box I use for that one. It's pretty versatile box size. I use it for my hats when I ship out my hats. And it's come in handy many times. Many times. So much so that that's the only... It's not the only box size, but it's one of the box sizes that I do buy regularly. And I always talk about this, shipping supplies. You can end up spending a lot of money on shipping supplies. Wasting a lot of money on shipping supplies. And you don't have to. You need to find items... You need to find boxes that are versatile, that can fit a lot of different items. How did I learn? I mean, just over time. Just over time, I've learned, you know what? This one's the only box size that seems to be going out. It seems to work for a lot of items. It doesn't increase the shipping cost very much. So as far as the cost of the box, as far as how much a label costs, that's determined by the USPS, and if it fits within that range, and most of my items I can squeeze into there, or most of my items will fit in there, like something like, if this was like a little glass thing, I'd probably put this in one of those boxes. So instead of buying, let's see, 9 by 9 box, or a 12 by 12, 12 by 12 box, or buying a small slim, like 2-inch, 4-inch, 2 by 4 by 5 inch, whatever. Instead of buying all these different sizes and wasting all this money and having all these things sitting around, be like, have a big stack of boxes that you're never going to use, or maybe use once every few months. Stick to one size that will fit most of those items, and that's all you buy. And try to buy in bulk too. When you buy in bulk, you tend to get a better deal. Most of my boxes come from Uline. If you're just starting out, I recommend just go on Amazon, go on eBay or Amazon, look for the best deal and try to order those. Then as you start to grow, then start to look for other options. For me, Uline is the best. I mean, I could probably find them cheaper elsewhere, but the quality and the speed that it gets me next day. I order it before 12 noon. If I order it for 12 noon today, it'll be here the next day. Around 12 noon as well too. So they're very fast and very reliable. Okay, that's the end of the video. Hit the thumbs up, which likes the video, and then subscribe to the video so you can continue to see content from me. And comment down below if you have any questions, concerns. Let me know what you guys think of the topics today that I discussed. And, bell notification, because I do those live shows every Thursday from the flea market, barring unforeseen circumstances, of course. And I can't set those up ahead of time, so there's no like premiere, like stay tuned because it's coming on. Because I have to set it up through the GoPro app. So in order to get notified of that, you have to be subscribed and hit the bell notification, so that way you'll get the notification. I'm live at the flea market here in San Jose. Otherwise, we'll catch you next video.
They can be a great people, Kal-El, they wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Alright, hey everybody, welcome to the video. We're over at Goodwill. We're looking for items for eBay to resell, buy low, sell high is the name of the game. I'm back at this Goodwill because I did find some hats at a really good price. And I'm going to see if there's any more. They have them priced low again. So let's get in there. Subscribe to the video, hit thumbs up button, and let's get in there. Okay, let's see. Harvard, $6. Okay, that's different. That's not gonna apply. So $2.89. That's what we're looking for. Even it, we're not just gonna go pick up any old hat. Right? $6. It's not getting old. Let me see. This was $4.24. So that's 6 days ago. Damn, me filming this. Let me see. So this Harvard one was $4.28. So that was 2 days ago. Irish Memories. Oh well, there's really... Okay. There's nothing here. Oh wait, check these out. Some Ultra Boost. Yeah, I got some damage there. Alright, let's get to the hard goods. Alright, let's go to the glass. Let's go straight across. I keep backing up and going. Let's go straight to the glass. The glass is this way. What's today? Today's, oh yeah, Senior Tuesday. And yeah, like I've said before, I think in my area, they usually start at Savers. They will usually start at Savers, continuing my thought. They usually start at Savers and start fanning their way out to other thrift stores, Goodwills. The other ones that offer the discount. Nope. Okay. EVGA box with a power split is not a thermal take. We have a camera. Let's see. What do we? Oh no. No. That's a no. That's not one we're gonna do. That has like 1.4 megapixels. Definitely want to double check Nikon and Canon cameras, even with lower megapixels. My general rule is 10 megapixels or more. Canon. So I'm gonna come look first. Because last time I did find some great items in those. $16. I mean, too small of a size. With no insoles. No insoles isn't really a deal breaker, but it'll help to sell the item if it has them. Sporting goods, large. Look at gigantic backgammon set. These look like from Lowe's. Got a little USB cord down here. Let's see if I can. Keyboard. Doesn't feel like a good one though. Yeah. Nope, not a good one. Okay. Let's continue on. Or let's get back on track. Oh yeah, it might not be so far from what I can see, not too much going on. Hold on, I'll wheel it. Okay, there we go. Netgear, what is this? No, it's old. Interesting. $11? Yeah, no. No. All right. All right, well. Well, nothing there, so let's continue. Okay, so we're here in the wood section, and I'm finding this Cutco knife block, which, you know, haven't been really moving that well as of late, but for $2.89, it's not bad. It's really easy to ship. It's a solid, you know, block of wood. So, and then these are Wallace North Star silverware. So at $10. Hopefully there's a set in there, but I'm thinking we could probably get at least $80 for the bag. I picked this up here. These are a bunch of Oneida forks. They're plain, so I don't think they really have too much value. I could probably sell it for double, but I might need that. We're always running out of forks for some bizarre reason. I don't feel like buying a whole set just for a bunch of forks. For myself, it's $4.59. Just a crate that breaks down. I can use that for organization, especially in the car. The car gets crazy fast. Okay. Huh. Intriguing. Yeah, I don't think that's really worth it. Oh, let me look up those headphones real quick. Okay, we're moving down to the mugs. I'm gonna take a look. So I did look these up. Sold comp for $19 or $18.99, and then one listed for $100. So I think I'm gonna pick that up and try to sell that. What are we looking at? $3.59. So not too much invested into it, and I think we could probably get, based on what I'm seeing, the data, $20 to $25. It's not $100. Or even, I don't know if it's $30 or $40. It's more around the $20-ish range. So I'll probably price it at $25 and then look out for best offers. And because I got it for such a low price, I can probably, accept a somewhat low offer. I mean, I'd like to be around at least $15 on those. Here's some marble, which do okay. Oh, bloody. Why not? I was going to pick those up because chest decor does sell incredibly good. And because they're marble, might do even better, but that big broken piece off of it, no. Okay, let's move on down here, and what is this little thing? It's nothing. It's nada. We might just go look at some clothes. Oh, his leg's broken off. Now you can kind of tell he's made of resin there. Okay. This is like a Starbucks now, Crate and Barrel. Okay, let's just take a look here. I'll take a look here before. Okay, this is really tough. In the clear glass, it's not, Waterford. This is a no. It's really tough to find profitable items in the clear. Very tough. Bookers. This is actually kind of nice. This is actually, I'm gonna pick these up. These are whiskey tasting, here's a basil. Oh, look at this. It's a basil. That's Booker. No, that's not Booker's. Wait, that's Booker's. That's Baker's. It's still another whiskey brand. Basil Hayden's. Okay. I thought they were all Booker's. Cavassier, no. Tennessee, no. Where's that? Another Cavassier. I'll take these. I'm pretty sure I might still have a bottle of Basil Hayden's, I believe is how you pronounce it. I know I have a bottle of Booker's. Booker's tends to be a little more of a higher end. I have a barrel proof from them. But whiskey people are pretty, kind of like how I talk about keyboards, pretty, fanatical, if that's the right word, pretty obsessed with, whiskey brands, and so they will pay up. Yeah, whiskey's not cheap either. So they will pay up for branded stuff, especially if it's pretty unique. Someone's like collection of little barware tasters. Look at that. Yeah. Remy Martin. Some vodka ones are good, like Belvedere. Grey Goose is okay, although Grey Goose is pretty. They make a lot of stuff. All right, let's go. you know what? I'm gonna go look at the wallets first, and then we'll probably go take a look at some clothing. Okay, we didn't find anything in the clothes. Nothing really notable. So I didn't even bother turning on the camera because really nothing there. But I only went to the men's clothes, so, and I'm not really a clothing reseller, so it's not something I really enjoy. So it's really gonna like stand out to me. One of these days I will get my Dixon order in, Dixon flannel order in. Because I ordered that, I think, a month ago now, or maybe 5 weeks ago. I think that's the caveat to getting such a great deal on it, was the fact that it was going to take forever to get, and a day to get here. I am eager to get that in and listed. It says it's in my neighborhood, or it's at my local, it's at my local post office as of 2 days ago, so should be here any day now, I think. Jeep Engineer, those are interesting. Jeep, made by Jeep. Shoes too. Shoes really gotta stand out, and I really don't want to spend too much time cleaning shoes. I'm not really a shoe reseller. But if I do see any good ones, I will pick them up for sure, because I do know what to look out for. But still learning, always trying to learn more. You know, just when you say, the moment you say, I'm done learning, or even, you know, if you say, you know, I'm not going to change, that's it, I know what works, and I'm not going to change, you've lost. You really need to be learning, changing, evolving, growing. Try not to get stuck in your ways. You know, and I didn't always pick up, you know, silverware all the time, but, you know, I took the time to kind of learn what to look out for, and now I pick up silverware whenever I find it, because it's kind of like low-hanging fruit. No one really thinks about it. No one really is like, oh, silverware can't be worth it. But hey, it keeps the store moving. It keeps sales going. Jewelry. That's a... Oh, you see a little pig ring? It's kind of cool. I doubt it's worth anything. And Klein. It's a brand to stay away from. Clothing or jewelry or anything. Nothing there. Okay. All right. If I find anything else, I think my cart was still rolling. If I find anything else, I'll, you know, show you guys here. Otherwise, we're gonna pack this show up and move on down the road. Stay tuned to the end though, because we will have some what solds and some talking points.
Hey everybody, welcome to the end of the video, and I hope you guys enjoyed that trip over to the Goodwill. And, you know, not too much stuff, but good quality items to resell. Those headphones actually went to a Nintendo DS. So, might bring a little bit more just because of their association with Nintendo and being with one of the handheld systems as well. So, pretty cool. I think I priced them about $40, and, you know, I always put best offer on a lot of my items that are, you know, in the higher range, over $20. And, you know, I didn't spend that much on it. So, you know, if it goes for $20, that'd be great. I'm probably thinking it'll probably go for about $25 or $30, but we'll see. And what I wanted to do is discuss a couple of myths about reselling and what you see here on YouTube. A lot of people, what has been making the rounds lately, what a lot of people have been talking about are about myths or the truth about reselling, what resellers aren't telling you, what YouTube resellers aren't telling you. And I was reminded of a quote. First of all, check out this. I was at the flea market. I wasn't filming that day, so I picked up a... before I get into the topic, I should say, I was at the flea market. I wasn't filming. I don't film everything I do, so, you know, that's one of the things. We don't film everything we do. But I found this Star Wars complete outfit. It was a stormtrooper, not Star Wars. It was a stormtrooper from Star Wars. It was the whole, the helmet, all the armor and everything. It's pretty realistic, and it's from it said like Star Wars Stormtrooper, store. It has the original taping, the original box, and everything it came in as well too. So I really wanted the gun. I really didn't want the whole suit, but they were only selling it. They were selling it all together. And initially they wanted $60, but here, look at the gun. The gun's pretty realistic, and it's got some weight to it. It is made of metal and plastic, so it's really nicely done. Might be missing something here though. I just noticed that earlier. So, but they wanted $60 for the whole thing, and it was already the end of the day. They may have just gotten there or so, because they were barely unloading their truck. It was kind of strange. But they were unloading their truck. They pulled this out, and I was looking at it, and I said, how about much for just a gun? But obviously they didn't want to break it up, and they said, $60 initially, and I was like, no, I don't have $60 on me right now. So, and that was the truth. I don't play games like 15, and I walk away. If I walk away, I walk away. That's it. I mean, they may call me back and be like, okay, then I'll do it, but it's not. My intention isn't to try to get it for that price by walking away. Walking away, I'm not going to make an offer. I made my best offer, or I'm not going to make an offer, or I made my best offer, and that's it. I'm done. I don't play the game of back and forth or walking away or anything like that. So I told them I didn't have $60 on me, and they said, okay, that's fine. Then they said, how about 40? And I told them, well, all I have with me is $30, and I had $30 on me. Actually, I had 33. I ended up giving them 33 for it, but they said, okay, well, I'll take 30. And so, like, okay, cool. I mean, if you guys are okay with that, then I'm cool with it too. So I pulled out my money, and I had the extra $3, so I was like, here's 33 for everything, and they were done. Made a deal for a cool stormtrooper. Really wanted the gun. I got the whole set. I mean, it's sitting over there in a gigantic box, and it's really cool. So, but cool stormtrooper gun. I really wanted the gun. That was pretty cool. I might sell the suit. I don't know yet. It's pretty big. It's in a big box. It's an adult-sized suit, so the gun is pretty cool, especially if you're a Star Wars fan. But okay, so. Reselling, and I said 2 myths, or maybe one's not really a myth, or maybe one's not really. Are they really myths? I don't know. Okay, either way. First off, through YouTube land, some of the videos can't be very long. You see me go over to the Goodwill. I don't really spend hours at the Goodwill. I spend. For this video, I think I was only there maybe an hour, maybe a little bit over an hour. So we got about 20 minutes of footage out of that, of the items that I picked up. I didn't film the whole trip there because, kind of boring. Just me picking up something, looking at it, and putting it back, or walking down an aisle, and there's just nothing for me to even, to look at. So that's edited out. Now, garage sale, people that go to garage sales, they don't show every single garage sale that they go to. Whether they mention it or not, I know some of them do mention, I was at 10 garage sales, or it's been completely dead this morning. We finally found one. So when they're creating their videos, they're showing the garage sales they're actually picking up items at. They're not showing the garage sales that you go to. And historically, based on my experience going to garage sales, you got to go to at least between 5 to 10 garage sales until you actually find a garage sale where you have items to resell. Now, to actually make a full-time living off reselling based on garage sales, you got to go to a lot of garage sales, and you have to buy a lot. If that's your main source, that's what you're mainly relying upon. For me, where I'm at, garage sales aren't the best. And don't get me wrong, though. I've run into some great garage sales before, and I got some great items to resell for very high profit. But most of them close. but I would have to drive around the whole city. And I'm not about driving around the whole city. Not when I have several Goodwills, you know, within about, you know, 10-mile radius are the good ones that I can branch out to about 15 miles and we're good. I have a great flea market within that radius as well too. And that flea market is like a, you know, garage sale on steroids. There's other garage, I mean, there's other, yeah, garage sales there. There's other flea markets as well too. There's other flea markets, you know, once a month that occur around my area that I could also go to. There's another slightly smaller, not larger, it's smaller. It's really changing, but there's another flea market in our area that I could potentially go to. But I really don't have to because I have all that readily available to me. So I don't really do too many edits in my videos other than just me turning on the camera, turning it off. I'll go through them and just quickly, you know, scrub through them and see if there's anything, you know, that's just unnecessary or the audio's messed up and I have to cut it out. But usually I'm editing by turning on the camera, turning off the camera. So trying to show you guys hopefully the best stuff, the best parts, you know, of my trip. So there's that. There's the editing portion of it where people may say, "Oh man, this person's only pulling all the great stuff." You know, this person, you know, is only showing, you know, all the big hits and or they're, you know, or I guess the thing is, you know, people that are watching are like, "Man, this person's getting this." I go and I don't find any of that. Well, they don't show the part where they already hit 10 garage sales with nothing. So don't be discouraged by that. It's the way it goes. Everything takes a lot of work and it's hard. It's hard sometimes. Sometimes it's easy. Sometimes it's like boom, boom, one hit after another. And I'm finding all this great stuff. But sometimes it's completely dry. So with my videos, I definitely try to show you the most realistic part of going to not garage sales. Going to Goodwills and going to, actually thrift stores, because I do go to Savers once in a while. Thrift stores and flea market. Try to give you guys just, you know, the raw footage, you know, the least edited possible. And then, it might not be, you know, like I said, it might not be the most exciting stuff, but it's, you know, it's real. That's real life. And then the other thing too that I see a lot and I've heard people kind of mention, like, man, they sell a lot of stuff in one day. And, you know, I have to tell you, some of the videos where people show like their sales, or they're like, all right, it's, you know, we're going to pull our orders for the day, or, you know, okay, we're going to pull in orders. This is how much we have, you know, we sold 54 items. And then, but then they don't tell you, or they may mention it, or they probably have mentioned it in past videos, that that's over the course of 3 days. Because you could set how long on eBay. You can set like a 1 day turnaround time. So when someone orders it, in 24 hours you have to ship it out. You know, 2 days, 3 days. You can set your store on vacation mode. I think it's up to 2 weeks on vacation mode. And after that, if it goes beyond the 2 weeks, then you have to set it as in an away mode where your items really aren't shown to people. But if someone goes on vacation and then they come back and like, I have 100 orders or so, then it's like, yeah, but over the course of 2 weeks, you know? So they always leave that part out. So don't get discouraged by people always, you know, posting on there saying, all right, we have, you know, 27 orders going out. We have 30 orders going out. That's not usually, I'm going to say that usually. I'm not going to, some people probably do that amount, but usually the daily number is a lot less. So it's just when they made that video, that's how many orders are going out when they made the video. Personally, I ship out every day. You know, I don't ever let my orders build up. Every day, they're going out the door every single day. I have 1 day turnaround time, which is also how I am top rated plus on eBay. And I would like to remain top rated plus if possible. But it works for me. It doesn't necessarily work for everybody. That's why some people have that 2 day business turnaround, or 3 days. You know, especially if you're going on vacation. You know, you're going to need, you know, if you're going on vacation, you can't have orders that need to go out. You're going to run, you know, you're going to run into a bunch of defects on eBay, and then they'll, you know, knock your store down. So we do need those tools from time to time to delay shipping. And I've definitely taken advantage of that from time to time when necessary. And that's one of the reasons why I don't really want to... I mean, I did some shipping stuff on my previous channel, but... you know, I didn't want anybody to get really the wrong impression as far as, you know, how many orders, you know. I'm doing 30 orders. I'm doing 40. Well, when it comes to Monday, you know, yeah, I'm going to be doing well over 30 orders on come Monday because that was the weekend. So, you know, there's no shipping on the weekends. So we're going to do a lot of orders. On Monday's a big order day that we got to get everything out. So you should see the post office. It is wild. There's a lot of resellers in my area. Don't get discouraged by other resellers as well, too. Go out with other resellers. If you know anybody's reselling your area, go out with them. You know, you learn something new. There's a lot in my area, and you know, when I go to the post office, you see how many, you know, people are shipping items out. It's pretty wild. Then the other thing I wanted to mention as well, too, which I can't remember right now. What was it? It was regarding the... Hold on, it's going to come to me right now. Hold on. Okay, I just remembered right now, and that is the price of an item. Not the price you're purchasing the item for, but what you're going to ultimately sell it for on eBay. Now, you're scrolling through comps on eBay, and I believe I mentioned this in a previous video. You're scrolling through comps, you're going to see a price range something's going to go for. It's not going to be like at a retail store. You go to Target, something's $20. It's $20 at every single Target. You're going to see, like this device right here. This is a Plantronics, still Bluetooth headset. The Voyager Pro HD, little headset. So the average selling price is right around $40. But it goes up. I've seen some for $45. I've seen some for $30. I've seen some for around $50. It's kind of up and down. So where do you price it at? I target right that middle. So the average is right around $40. So I'm going to price it at $40 because it's over $20. I'm definitely going to open offers on it. And I got this for $5. $5 is what I paid for this guy. So the profit margin is pretty good. It's going to be, you know, we're going to make some pretty good money on it. But I have a good enough, I bought it at a low enough cost to where I could potentially accept lower offers than other people potentially could. So yeah, I'd be willing to go kind of low on this item just to make a sale. The lowest I'd probably go is $25. But I'm going to try to get as close to 40 as possible. Some people hold out. Some people will hold. I know people that hold out for the absolute top dollar. But I'm in the business of not storing items, but selling them and keeping them moving, keeping things moving, keeping the cash flow moving. Otherwise, the cash flow stops. I don't have money to spend at the flea market. I don't have money to go to Goodwill. I don't have money to take making videos. So I'm willing to accept lower if I bought it at a great price. Some items I do not accept offers on because I had a high buy cost on that. So I need to recoup not only the money I paid for it, plus I want to make profit on it. So when someone says, okay, this goes for $30, it's not necessarily going to go for $30. It could be, and I need to get more in the habit of saying this, is listed value. The listed value of this item is going to be $40. It's not ultimately what it's going to sell. It might sell for $40. Actually, if it does sell for $40, it's not the actual amount that I'm going to make. There's going to be fees associated with that because we're using the eBay platform. So there will be fees associated with that. There will be a shipping cost associated with that because I'm going to need to put it in a poly bag. And I'll probably need to wrap this up in some bubble wrap. So all that stuff goes and cuts into that profit. So you got to keep that in mind when people are telling you, oh, all right, we're going to, this is worth $40. This is worth $100. It's listed value is that, but it's not ultimately it may not sell for that price. It may, you may take an offer less. You may not have offers open. You may have had it up there for too long, and then someone sends you a message, hey, are you willing to accept an offer? we can send offers out on eBay. So every so often, you know, you can, if you keep an eye on your eBay app or on the computer, they will say you can send offers to, you know, 10 or 12 people or something like that on these items. So you can send out offers. You can send out a percentage off, a dollar amount off. Is that a dollar amount now? I think they might have taken. I've always done percentage, so I don't know. I think there is a dollar amount off as well too. Is it still there? Because I know people were talking about that it was gone. I've never used it. I've only used percentages. So and then you can put up, you know, to accept counter offers or whatever. So don't get so hung up on what people say this is going to sell for, because it more than likely will not. If you look on the eBay app, you're going to see, you know, ranges of prices on different items. I mean, I've never come across an item where it's actually been consistent. I mean, you'll see some where it's like, you know, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. There might be like an outlier, like 50, or, you know, to the low end 30. You know, but most of the time there's going to be a range, and what I price at is right in the middle. I just try to find that average. I can do it quickly in my head, find that average, and that's what I usually price my items at. So when someone says this is worth $40, if someone came in and offered them $38, they'll probably I would take that. I don't know. I really don't know anybody that wouldn't take that kind of an offer. But, you know, don't get so hung up on what the price is, especially if you're trying to do it full time. You know, don't get so hung up on, you know, what you think the item should be going for. The goal is to make money on, try to make money on everything that we pick up and buy and sell. You know, and sometimes you're not going to get the most for it, but something's better than nothing, and keeping that money moving. Don't forget, you're also getting back the original, the amount of money that you spent on that item. So maybe, let's say I bought this thing for, let's just say I bought it for $5 and ultimately sells for 10. Yeah, I'm not gonna want to pick this up again in the future, because I probably more than likely, or I definitely didn't double my money because of the fees and the shipping supplies. I may have made $1 or $2 on it, and that's not really what I want to do. So, all right, I made my money back, got a little bit of profit. That money's going to go to something else now. I'm no longer going to be picking up these. So now I know, and I educated myself, that if I ever see this product again in the future, I'm not going to buy it. So you can use it as a learning tool as well too. But we do have the eBay app with us when we're out and about, so it's a great tool to use. Use it. Look items up. You know, I'm at the flea market, and I'm always coming across different items. You know, I never, you know, it's pretty rare that, well, I do find a lot of keyboards that are the same, but, you know, I'm constantly finding new and different items out there. You know, it's actually like, I find a lot of unique items almost all the time. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's the world of resale. That's the stuff that's processing through our, you know, there's so much that you have to do. I mean, you know, when I've worked at the hospital, and, you know, anytime you're learning a new position, new job, or anything like that, you know, you always, you know, I think this is, you know, anybody that goes to a new job or anything like that, there's always so much information right up front. Like, you're getting hit with all this information, and you never think you're going to learn it. You're like, man, this is like tough. How am I ever going to get to, you know, that level, or that person's, you know, where that person's just, you know, doing it like it's, you know, a limb. You know, they're just reacting. They're just doing the job like it's nothing. But you'll get there. Everybody will get there. You know, if you're interested in reselling, and you're like, man, this sounds tough. I mean, I got to think about this. I got to think about this. I got to have my app open. I got to have this. Don't worry about it. You'll get the hang of it. It just takes some practice, you know. And I enjoy reselling. I enjoy finding these items. I enjoy reselling these items. I just showed you that Star Wars gun. Check this out right here. Now, this I remember. I don't remember this because I didn't have this. But this is a Motor Max. And I was trying to find some details on this because, well, I don't remember this, and I didn't have this. I do remember these, and I had these when I was younger. They are not micro machines, but they look like micro machines. But they're just little die-cast, tiny airplanes. And if I were not mistaken, I believe I had these. I forgot where they came from. I think they were like a supermarket or something. But you know, finding stuff like this, like I didn't even know. I didn't even remember any of that, and I saw it there on the table, and I'm like, wow, I remember I used to have those things. This guy has an aircraft carrier to go along with it, and it makes sounds. You guys can hear that? It's obviously missing some pieces, but nonetheless, that would have been an awesome toy when I was a kid. Okay, let's get to the what solds here. Okay, so we're on to the what sold. Everything will appear over here on this side. But my goal with the solds, we generally show you. I'm going to show you 3 what solds. Basically, just keep the video kind of short, so we don't get like into the hours here. You know, beyond an hours. My goal is not to get beyond that. But I want to show you just cool, unique items that you should be on the lookout for that you might not think that are resellable or that have any profit in any, you know, items that might not seem profitable, but yet they are. So, I mean, everybody knows I can show you the Nikes, I can show you the, you know, the golfing stuff, the Peter Millar that everybody talks about. I sold some of those shirts. I can show you all the keyboards I mentioned. I mean, I like to show you that as a keyboard because I don't see a lot of people reselling keyboards. But anytime a keyboard resells, you know, I definitely want to show you guys that to look out for that style of keyboard or what I look for in that keyboard. I could show you, you know, the Apple products. You know, Apple. Everybody loves Apple. Apple resells really, really easily. Digital cameras. Everybody by now knows, you know, look out for digital cameras. They resell. So I'm trying to bring you cool, unique items. At least I think they're cool. And that you should be on the lookout for when you're at Goodwill and or the flea market and or if you're out garage selling. I don't do a lot of garage selling, but you can find these items there. So, and one item that you definitely can find at garage selling and at estate sales, silverware. Now this silverware I found at the Goodwill. This is silverware by Wallace. Atomic Starburst pattern. And if you look, there's actually different sets of silverware with stars on it by Wallace. And this was the Atomic Starburst pattern. Individually, I priced these, or I should say I priced out the bundles individually. So I didn't put together any sets with this. I just did a bunch of forks, salad forks, what did I sell here? Dinner forks, teaspoons, and tablespoons. So someone came in and bought 3 sets, and we sold the 3 sets. They came out to $40.50. Now, if I remember correctly, the bags, I tend to buy these bags for around $10 or so. And I try to find the bags with the most silverware in it, so I get the most profit. The most profit. The more silverware, the more profit. It makes sense, I guess. So 3 sets. Like I said, I sold the tablespoons, the teaspoons, and the dinner forks for $40.50. I more than paid for the bag already. And as a matter of fact, the bag's already been paid off because I've already sold some of these before this sale. So someone swooped in, took these sets. Not sure how many more I have left, but I'm pretty sure I think I have at least 2 more bundles or 2 more sets left of this. I know I definitely have the dinner knives because those always seem to take the longest to sell or don't go for as much. So forks and spoons do a lot better than knives. Okay, next item that's sold is a set of coasters. Now, coasters I typically stay away from, except these are marble coasters. So definitely look out for marble coasters, these vintage ones here. No name brand anything. Vintage, green marble. And if you put MCM, which stands for mid-century modern, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of one of the big keywords that a lot of people are looking for, mid-century modern stuff. You know, some of this stuff is kind of up for interpretation. I definitely feel these are mid-century modern pieces, and it'll definitely help to get an item sold, but don't, you know, put it in there if it definitely isn't if it isn't a mid-century modern piece, you want to use keywords that are appropriate for your items. So, coasters. Some coasters, don't sell at all, but these marble ones, you definitely want to be on the lookout for. Although I've sold some like just random cork ones before, which I was actually kind of surprised that they sold. But sometimes sometimes someone's looking for something that's very specific and they will sell. There were just some random little they were cork, and they kind of like like a little portrait on top of them. And I saw that they had sold in the past, and I listed them, and they sold for around $20. So like, oh, pretty interesting. But marble coaster, look out for marble coasters. Okay, baseball hats. Everybody knows baseball hats, new era hats. Sports hats do really well. They sell well. They might not sell for the most profit, but they do sell pretty well, and they sell all the time. This one is a kind of a rare hat. This is a vintage Japanese baseball hat. And $50. I priced it high because I did not find any comps on this. I knew it was a valuable hat. I wasn't quite sure what people were willing to pay for it. So I believe, if I remember correctly, I priced it at $80, and I opened up offers. Someone shot me an offer of $50, and I took it. I was like, okay, cool. The hat was from the flea market. Don't really remember how much I paid for it. I don't pay that much for hats at the flea market. The most at the flea market, they really got to be good hats, because this last time I was at the flea market, I did buy several hats, but one of them I knew was worth at least $40. And I paid $5 a hat, which is way too much to pay for hats at the flea market, in my opinion, unless they're really good hats. At Goodwill, hats are typically around $4.59 in my area. Just recently, as a matter of fact, at the Goodwill in this video, not too long ago, they had hats priced under $3. It was $2.59. So I gobbled up a whole bunch of hats. This last time I went, they're back up to normal, so I left a lot of hats behind. But this hat is definitely worth, if it were up there to $5, even $10 a hat. Look out for it. Japanese baseball hats, these vintage ones. I don't know if they do incredibly well. I didn't really look up any other Japanese baseball, but there are other, baseball, like Baseball World Classic hats from around the world, which do incredibly well. The Baseball World Classic, like the USA one, does really well. I just sold one of those. Every time I find them, I tend to pick them up. Even the fitted ones, I tend to look for the adjustable ones, because those tend to do a lot better. But I'll even pick up the fitted ones as well too. So, but look out for those Japanese baseball hats, those vintage ones. They do really well. Otherwise, that's the end of the video, guys, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let me know down in the comments down below what you guys think of my thoughts and my opinions on reselling, and don't get discouraged. There's a fly in here. Don't get discouraged by what you see out there. Everybody seems to be pulling all kinds of big hits, and you don't seem to find anything, because some people go days without finding stuff. Sometimes when you're out there, you got to be ready to just buy a lot, because there's gonna be those times where you don't find that much. And I'm fortunate to live in San Jose, California, where there's tons of stuff. I go out just to, like I said, I was out at Monterey, which is not that far. It's about a 45-minute drive with traffic, and very poor Goodwill. There were other thrift stores there. I probably should have checked them out, but we got there kind of late. We were there to eat. Yeah, the Goodwills outside of San Jose just don't seem to be very good. Maybe I don't frequent them enough. Maybe that's the case as well too, but fortunate in this city. So, and wherever you're at, I hope you guys can find some great items. Try flea markets, garage sales. The season's changing here, and garage sale season is coming around for a lot of people. I don't really do too many garage sales, but if you don't have any thrift stores in your area, flea markets, definitely hit up garage sales. You're going to get the best prices at garage sales, in my opinion. And Don't pass up stuff like silverware. Don't pass up like coaster. Definitely give them a second look. Look out for those vintage stuff. MC and mid-century modern pieces do incredibly well. But that's going to be it. That's going to be it for the video. Hit the thumbs up to like it. Comment down below if you have any comments. And definitely, let me know your opinions down below as well, too. Hit the bell notification so you get notified. Subscribe to the video. Hit the bell notification. We do live shows from the flea market every Thursday. We usually start about 9 o'clock. So you definitely want to get notified about that. And we'll catch you in the next video.
They can be a great people, Kal-El. They wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the video. Today's Tuesday. I'm hitting up a bunch of Goodwill, Savers. I wasn't going to come to Savers initially. It is Senior Tuesday, but I've come in a little bit later than I typically do, so hopefully it's a little less crowded. We'll see right now. But we're looking for items for eBay. We're looking to buy and sell. I might combine this with a Goodwill video. We'll just see how well it goes on there. But please hit the thumbs up to like the video and subscribe. Let's get in there. Okay, first off, there's hardly any carts here, so that means it's probably jam-packed. So my theory of coming later might not be a good one. But we're here now. Let's see what's going on. We're definitely gonna go to another Goodwill after. We're gonna go to a Goodwill after this. I've come here several times already, but it's nothing worth making a video about. Okay, let's work our way through here. Excuse me, pardon me. Let's go this way. Let's see if we can, hopefully everybody's on their way out. Oh man, there's a wall of carts straight ahead. Look at that. A little dog. Excuse me, pardon me, pardon me. Excuse me. Okay, let's just start here, aisle number 1, and work our way around here. What is that? It's kind of heavy, but that looks like an old TJ Maxx tag. We're also going to hit every single, we're going to try to catch the baggy aisle every chance we can get. Oh, nothing there. Don't really see anything there. Okay, we're in the little holiday Christmas section here. Looks like a Thomas Kincaid type of arts. But, yeah, it's not really going to cut it. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that woman had some Chick-fil-A fries. I like Chick-fil-A. I like the little medallion hash browns they have in the morning. But I'm not a fan of their fries. I really don't care for the crisscross fries. I like their sandwiches. I mean, who doesn't love a good chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A? But I can't get behind their French fries. John, what brand this is? There's a brand in there. It's like like those are, if I'm not mistaken, they're called the funny cars. Little gifts. It's like little gift tea sets. Come across them almost all the time.
I know.
What I want to do is get out of them. Excuse me. Get out of, or get out from behind certain people, otherwise they're just going to keep flowing in the same direction, you know? I'm not necessarily trying to move quickly, but I don't want to spend all day here. Especially because it's not my favorite. I found a really, I'm going to show in my video, large Denise, it's a Stein, basically. It was from a Renaissance fair. Alright, we'll have to check that baggy wall later. But I'm going to check this one out. And really cool pottery, Denise, one of my favorites. It's a brand I collect. So it's definitely not for sale. I hadn't seen a large one like that. I really haven't. So that's a keeper. Is the little receiver in there for this one? No, it's not. There might be a Bluetooth one, but it's kind of just a tiny laptop mouse. Not really that great. There's that Dell like Arc mouse. I've seen that already. Little timer. This is a VGA to HDMI. No. Okay. Let's don't see anything there really. Let's go this way. Ow. Alright, let's see what else we can find then. Okay, I'll get back to you if I find anything. Alright, I picked up a couple things, but this stuff's going back. This Dell, this little like cutter device is going back. I'm gonna come take a look at the hats really quick. That keyboard, I wasn't familiar with the brand. Looked it up, ain't gonna be worth it. So we're not gonna walk out empty-handed because I found some Easton, which is typically associated with baseball brands, but Easton bocce ball, chrome bocce ball set. That goes for around $50, so. So we're going to pay $15.99 for the bocce ball set, a little bit less because it's 20% off. The hats don't look good. I'll tell you that right now. So let's put this stuff back and then get a second look at the baggy wall over here and I'll let you know what I find. Okay, so let's see what a Tuesday has to offer. What have we got here? 16, 11, 22. Don't think those are going to be worth it. Cordless trimmer. Some of those trimmers can do okay. Although they're probably priced up pretty high there. On Minecraft. That's a water cooler for a PC. Holds the a CPU cooler. Looks like it's still wrapped up in the original package. I don't know what the price is. I think the price is on the back of that, so I'll take a look. Oh, here we go. Look at this. This is a Radeon, $55. A Radeon RX 570. It's not the best in the world. I don't know if 55 is a good deal on that. I'll have to look it up and see what they're going for right now. I know that's a video card, so I do know the video card market isn't high right now. It was high when everybody wants to crypto mine. There's a camera bag right here with probably a camera in it. I'll have to ask for some help later, and we'll take a look at these. I'm gonna see what the price is on that cooler. I'll have to check to see what the 570s are going for. And then there's a camera we'll look at. Okay, let's go this way. Alright, so the RX 570 graphics card it's about what it would go for. It's a little high at 55. So we're definitely not going to be picking that up. However, if that popped up here, maybe there's other stuff. There's other items. Let's see. Ensemble. Don't see anything here, but we got to keep our eyes peeled because there might be some other. I have found motherboards, CPUs, memory in here. And if there's a graphics card, there might be. There's a graphics card and a CPU cooler. The CPU cooler looks like it's from Best Buy. It appears to still be brand new, so. Go this way. What that is. Micro bar. It's like a brand of headphones. Alright, we're just in the toy aisle right now, and got a couple things. Got these Legos. They're full Lego Duplos, which Lego Duplo isn't the best, but it does come with a carrying case, and it is only $8.89. This is the official Lego one, so that's kind of cool. Decent price, but right here, look at this I saw the G.I. Joe. I was like, what? Sky Troopers. It's a tank. It's brand new in the box still. You see, it looks like it has everything in there. I'm just gonna double check like online to see, make sure it's all complete, make sure there's no pieces missing. But brand new. The comps are over $100, 100, 150. I think there was one for $175, and we're gonna pay. Kind of a shame they put that right there. $16.69 on that, so that's a pretty good score right there. It is a large item, so I will need a large box. But I do believe I already have a good box for it. So So let's go. Sorry. Let's go take a look this way. I'm gonna go see if there's any. Like we have been hitting pretty well on silverware. Let's go take a look, see if there's any silverware. I was at Savers and I found those. Looks like it's missing dividers. Otherwise, these just kind of be kind of cool. These vintage wood media holders, but this appeared to have like black dividers, like this one is. So we'll pass on that. It was the North Star pattern on what was it? Wallace silverware, which did pretty well. Oh, this is a fancy design here. What do we got? See, oh wait, look. Take a look. That's the pattern. I think that's the pattern of the Wallace. No, it's not Wallace though. Definitely not a Wallace. Looks similar though. Stainless Korea is all it says. Huh. Got a fancy pattern, but probably not really. Probably not anything there.
Maybe put your Apple iPhone in it, but
Just some plain Oneida stuff. Just too much of a mixed bag. I mean, if it was just like a bunch of forks, maybe I would do that. Or a bunch of spoons, a bunch of knives, really. That was too much of a mixed bag, though. We'll stay away from that. Okay, let's go check out the clear. Clear. This is Hindi. Okay, what's around here? Clear. That's pretty good. I believe this is American Brilliant, I believe, but doesn't go for that much. We'll leave it behind. I think what is it priced at too? It's just at $7.09. It's maybe a long tail $15 item. I'm not going to get involved in that, especially a glass item. With the amount of shipping that's involved with glass, I mean the packaging material to make sure it gets there safe. Don't really want to invest that time on a $15 piece. Okay, I'm going to sit here with the clear, so let's bounce this way. And we're going to go take a look at the backpacks first. Backpacks and like luggage stuff. Travel items. And we'll start out here. Not really seeing anything. Nothing there. It's like a surplus, military pack of some kind. That's probably not worth it. Nine Company now. Okay, there's really nothing there. Christmas in the Park. It's a local San Jose event that they have every Christmas. There's a park downtown that they set up. Different companies or groups decorate a little section, usually a Christmas tree, and then they'll also have like a motorized, motorized little Christmas scene. I don't know, it's been going on forever. Like someone dropped a bunch of toys down there. Alright, so we'll take a look at shoes. I want to see what the prices of hats are because with the other good weather, prices are a bit low. Excuse me, pardon me. I think they're, let me pause the video for right now just because the music's pretty high here. Okay, so the music in the men's like shoe hat area doesn't seem that loud, but whenever I go to upload it, it always gets caught for some reason. So I picked up shoes. 2 pairs, got these New Balance 237s? Yeah, 237s. They're priced at $9.39. And they should go for about 30 to 40-ish. Those are pretty good. Ooh, Garfield. I'm a huge Garfield fan. I just discovered that the whole series is on Peacock, I think. If I remember correctly. I don't remember exactly which one it's on. I gotta look it up again, but I know I bookmarked it because I want to watch it. And I found these Keen slip-ons. These should go for about $40. And great price at 8 cap. So we got some good shoes. The Legos, I'm kind of going back and forth on the Legos because Duplos, I have a bunch of Duplos right now still listed that aren't really moving, so I don't know. Excuse me, pardon me, can I see the glass, please?
Yes,
Sure. So I don't know about the Legos. I'm gonna take a look at that stuff really quick and see. I also want to see what the size are on these. They're my size? They're like in new condition. Okay, let's see what we can find. But let's see what the prices are here. Okay, so the CPU, it's called an AIO, or all-in-one cooler. It uses a some sort of coolant on the inside to help keep your CPU cool. And it was priced at $32. Now the comps, let me show you here what I'm looking at. So here are the comps. On the low end, we're looking at 75. That was on bids. 250, 140, 120, 140. I think it's more in this 120 to 140 range. So brand new sealed. So that's what we're going to shoot for. So for $32, it's pretty good. Now the Legos, we're definitely going to put those back. I'm not going to... Duplo just don't do well. And I really don't want, just more... I don't want to pick up just mediocre items that are going to sit around. Now, if I didn't find anything else here and the Duplos were the only things I had, I would pick them up at a decent price. But I found some other great items to list, and, I have the, I'm in a position to where I can leave stuff behind if I don't feel it's gonna sell for the amount I want and the speed I want it to sell at. Also, too, it's gonna be a bit of a longer, the boxes, packaging this up is gonna be take a little bit of time. I'd rather invest more time in this one, which will probably give me closer to $100, as opposed to this one, which will probably, if I'm really thinking about it, maybe more like 25 bucks. So let's put this back. There's no this funny little picture here. Not really worth anything. Okay. If I find anything else, I'll let you know. Otherwise, that's going to wrap up this trip.
Hey everybody, welcome to the end of the video, and I hope you guys enjoyed that trip. 2 trips actually. We went to 2 places, went to Savers, went to Goodwill. Savers, it was a bust. Man, you know, I've had some great scores at Savers. Yeah, big scores too. And, you know, and in the book section as well. I mean, I did, I think like $1,200 and a bunch of Star Wars, $200 in sales. On some Star Wars graphic novels from there one time. Then I got a bunch of, I think it was World of Warcraft. No, Dungeons and Dragons ones as well too. I found some great computer hardware in there. But as of late, hasn't really been performing that well. I don't know, maybe it's the day I'm going on, I'm not sure. And it really Savers, and from what I know, from what I've seen people get great items out of there, or good scores, is you need to really stay there all day as they start, you know, bringing items from the back or from the front. It goes from the front to the back to the floor. So, you know, you really got to stay there all day to see what comes in. Goodwill, boom, we got that CPU cooler, which is right up my alley. Brand new in the box, should be over $100. Should sell for over $100. Hopefully around 150 bucks, but I'm hoping it will eventually sell for. And then that G.I. Joe tank, that's going to be kind of a beast to kind of ship out. It's pretty big, but we should make some great profit on that item. And I have a perfect box for it as well too. So I had plans for that box for another thing, but then it ended up getting purchased locally. It was a golf bag. It ended up getting purchased locally, so I have this extra box sitting around that I had already purchased for shipping out a golf bag. And I think I just might cut it down to size, and it'll fit that G.I. Joe tank perfectly. So, the day I'm finishing this video is actually my anniversary. We already had dinner. I made scalloped potatoes and filet mignon, or tenderloin steak. Really, really delicious. You know, one of our favorite. I'm a huge steak person. Preferred cut. Preferred cut is actually, I don't know. I love them all. I mean, I really do like prime rib. But you know, I like, well, one of my favorites is actually skirt steak. Skirt steak is so delicious, so flavorful. It's meaty, a little fatty. You get some, you know, some of that oil from the fat, you know, that breaks down as you cook it. But yet, it's, you know, the way it's one where you have to cut a certain way in order for it. It's kind of like a flank steak, you know. If you cut it wrong, they can get kind of stringy, but it's so good. I mean, the skirt steak, in my opinion, is one of the best. But I mean, filet mignon. I love filet mignon as well too. You know, ribeye, New York strip's kind of like, I kind of like it. Kind of, you know, it's okay. I mean, I'll order it and eat it. I mean, but New York strip isn't one I would typically order all the time. But either way, I'm enjoying a little beverage in the evening here as I'm finishing my video, working on some listings, getting stuff done, you know, for eBay. I'm on eBay all the time. I think I talked about it in the previous video. You know, when you're in the reselling world online on eBay, you're going to be on eBay all the time. It's just the way it is. Some people talk about disconnecting, or, you know, you really got to, you know, but I don't know. In this day and age, you know, disconnecting is difficult. Everything I do is on the internet, you know. Even when I sit down to watch a show in the evening, you know, it's on the internet, you know. What's today? Today's Tuesday, which means it's X-Men finale. It's the X-Men 97 finale tonight. So that's what I'm going to watch tonight. And, you know, really when I get time to watch TV, I'll watch a couple of shows. We like cooking shows. We'll watch a couple of cooking shows, you know, generally when my wife gets home and, you know, we're having dinner. And then towards the evening, I'll really watch something, you know, that I enjoy. And I think the other night I watched some documentary. on Aliens or something, if I remember correctly. But tonight will obviously be an X-Men night before I go to bed. And okay, enough about me. And well, you guys probably want to know about reselling here, but we're going to talk about some items later in the what sold, which had no sell-through rate, 0 sell-through rate. There was no sales history, but yet we got them sold. And a lot of what I do. Oh, really quick announcement. First of all, before I jump into that, I know I'm kind of like all over the place, but announcement. Where am I at? Okay, so I heard back from my contact over at eBay, and I am now an eBay seller meeting, San Jose eBay seller chapter leader. Wait, what did it say? eBay seller meetings chapter leader for San Jose. So, what does that mean? I guess I'm leading some meetings here. I guess I'm going to be setting up some meetups here locally in San Jose. I need to finish the rest of this process here, the rest of the information that they're requesting from me. But it's pretty exciting. I obviously I wanted to, I was hoping for it, and it took a little while to get the message back. I thought, it's not going to happen after all. But she emailed me, and emailed me last night. So we're going to get that started, get that going. We'll get some meetings going. We'll start meeting with other sellers. Networking. Learning from other people. You can't be so isolated and focused. Whether you're watching people through YouTube or connecting with people at your local Goodwills, connecting with people at the flea market and everything. Not just necessarily for eBay, but to also get merchandise as well too. I've met a lot of people at the flea market who, before it was you're just starting out. You're getting to know people, getting to learn who's. I talk about it in my videos when I go to the flea market, and just getting to know where people are at, where the best deals are at. And once you start to get to know people, once you start to show your face more, you're spending money obviously, then they'll obviously give you better deals. It just happens over time. Do I have have I had and do I have contacts within thrift stores? Yeah, that definitely. There's definitely opportunity there to develop contact. A little more difficult because obviously it's a business, and but flea markets easier to make connections and develop relationships. Buy-sell relationships. I buy from them, and I they make some money, then I take it, put it online, and I hopefully make some money as well too. But this will be the opportunity to meet up with other sellers. If anybody's in the area, anybody comes on down, we can, definitely set up meetings. I'll see how all that goes. I'm not sure really how, they're supposed to help me, advertise it. They're going to send me a whole bunch of stuff soon here in the mail. A bunch of eBay merch, I think is what they said as well too. So that's cool. I mean, I'm selling on eBay. I've been selling on eBay for well over 20 years, and it only makes sense to partner up with them to try to help other sellers, help myself, help community, eBay, of course, help eBay make money, because eBay is going to make money. They need to make money to continue on the platform. And don't get discouraged. Don't get discouraged by everybody that's talking so much crap about eBay, I guess you want to say it, but yeah, I mean, everybody, there's faults to get thrown around everywhere. We can throw around fault all the time. It's easy to find fault in this, find fault in that, find fault in that, and then you find people that are the same. You find people that are constantly finding fault here, finding fault there, finding issues with them, finding issues with that. Well, actually find people that are similar and that they are also tossing fault and everything around. So really surround yourself with people that are finding solutions, that are people that are builders, people that are just instead of constantly being negative, surround yourself with positive people. if you surround yourself with positive people, you can't help but be positive. I mean, unless you're just constantly negative, and then eventually those people might kick you out of the group. But, you know, hopefully we can build a nice positive group of San Jose sellers or people that are visiting as well, too. You know, if you want to come visit San Jose, join the group, we can definitely do that as well, I believe. So I'll have definitely more information on that. I got to finish the rest of the information they want from me, and we'll see where that goes. More to come. Before I went off on that tangent, talking about sell-through rate. Oh yeah, I was watching Harry Tornado's video. I watch a little bit of everybody's videos. You know, I find them all entertaining, and I try to look for little tidbits. There are always tidbits of information, even in those that are very negative about, you know, reselling and all that, or the platform, or people that are positive as well too. You know, there's always, you know, little tidbits of information you can find, and that could be helpful to you. That's why I watch everybody. You know, you never know. You never know what you're going to learn or who you're going to learn from. But I'm watching Harry Tornado. Either way, this is not really. I didn't really necessarily learn anything from this video, but he was talking about this little sticker he has about sell-through rate. Did you check the sell-through rate stickers that he hands out? And you guys have heard it here before on my videos. We don't really focus too much on sell-through rate. Now, when I am looking up stuff on my phone, you know, I'm just trying to confirm if there's buyers for this. Is there a market for the items that I'm looking at? You guys see, I pick up a lot of unique items. You know, I'm not someone that has, you know, well, when it comes to keyboards, yeah, I'm constantly replenishing keyboards in my eBay store. And sometimes, you know, I find a lot of the same keyboards. A lot of the other stuff I sell, unfortunately, I can't find, like, quantity, you know, in large quantity. It's, I don't know, it's difficult. I would think I would eventually, at some point, find a lot of the same items, but it just doesn't happen, you know. I find a lot of unique items. I mean, look at what I have here on my table that I'm prepping to picture. I got to find the other elephant, but a little elephant with some mother of pearl inlay, brass. You know, we picked that up the other day. And then right into some vintage cast iron dumbbells here. I mean, definitely look out for vintage cast iron dumbbells. These things sell incredibly well, and they can be incredibly profitable as well, too. Especially if you get some of the, you know, the big name. This isn't branded. I'm going to try to scan it with Google Image and see if I can come up with a brand. I don't know if it's branded or not, but look out for vintage workout gear. I mean, obviously, the weight's going to be the issue there when it comes to shipping. But just so unique, just so diverse. You know, I never know what's going to happen. That's what keeps it fun, in my opinion, and what keeps me going. I'm constantly learning, finding stuff. But I've developed the skills over these years of doing it to be able to identify items, usually by look, by touch, that can sell, and that I can know that can sell, and that I know that I could potentially sell it. Yeah, I think I said that all right. Yeah, I think I said that all right. I'm not, yeah. I look at items, I'd be like, this is what's going through my head. Can I sell that item? And once I've determined, yes, I know I can sell that item, then I go to look, okay, this is what it's going to cost me. How much does it actually sell for? What am I looking at profit-wise? Because if, you know, they're only, if I'm paying $5 maybe for this elephant, and it's only selling for $7, then I'm going to leave it behind. But if it's selling for more in the range of about $20, then I know, okay, I could probably pay $5, $6. You know, then you're starting to get up there and like, maybe $5 is probably really where I want to be at. And so that's what I start from at the flea market, start my negotiation at. Or, you know, if I'm at the Goodwill, am I going to pick it up or not, basically. So, and then, you know, then I will take a look at the competition as well, too, to see what people are currently pricing the item at. I definitely look at, you know, I want to look at the pricing. Do I look at sell-through rate? It because I'm looking at the pricing, I'm going to see what the sell-through rate is. That doesn't matter. Well, it matters. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter, because in the beginning it can be a really, really helpful tool to beginners to keep an eye on that. Once you've been doing this for many years, you will get an eye for what you can sell and what you can't sell, regardless of sell-through rate. I've sold items, I'm going to show you a couple items I've sold with no sell-through rate at all. One of them is based on my experience. The other one is based, one was based on my experience and my expertise. The other one is based on just my experience of selling. And I'm like, yeah, I know I can sell that. And sure enough, it sold with no sell-through rate. And I've sold items with very poor sell-through rates. I've sold items with that have had maybe 1 or 2 sold, and there's still 10, 15, 16, 20 listed, and mine still sold. So, which is why I don't really follow sell-through rate. I look to see what the pricing is. Is it going to be profitable for me? And do I think I can sell it? It's taken me this many years to get to this point. Hopefully, through me showing you guys what I'm selling, what I'm picking up, and the cool, unique items I show you in my What Solds, I really think, you know, great pictures, a great title can get things sold. Yes, I do utilize other tools like promoted listings. I promote everything. I do promote my listings. I do send out offers, so that also, yeah, everybody has those tools available to them on eBay. Well, I think promoted, you have to have a store. You have to have a eBay subscription in order to utilize some tools like that. But as a matter of fact, really quick, before we jump into the what solds, one thing I did want to mention, I just remembered right now when I was talking about the store subscriptions, is when you sign up for your eBay store subscription, if you do decide to do that, and I definitely recommend it, so you get those extra tools to use to help sell your items. There's 2 plans. There's your monthly plan and there's your yearly plan. Now, the monthly plan is usually, I think, about $15 or so more expensive than the annual plan per month. But what's kind of, the wording isn't quite clear. When you sign up for the yearly plan, you do not pay that whole year up front. I think, what do I pay for the I forget what the name is, but either way, it's $60 a month. If I were to sign up for the monthly, it'd be like $75 a month. But I sign up for the annual, but I do not pay, and you do not pay those $60 times 12 right up front. You still get charged monthly. What it is you're basically it's like a, you know, like the cell phone contracts. You know, they lock you in for a year, and if you happen to break it, there's a penalty for that. If you just sign up for the monthly, the higher, you know, what's going to cost, you know, for, you know, $15 more, there's no contract. You could just break it at any time. But if you're planning to do this long term, just sign up for the year. You save yourself $15 a month. Someone mentioned that in their video, and I just wanted to, not sure if everybody knows that, because I've signed up so many, I've signed up a long time ago, so I don't even remember. Okay, let's get to the what solds. Okay, in between me setting up this next one, I've just got a message on eBay, and another thing to be cautious about, another thing to be aware of, along with, like I was just telling you about the monthly thing, is you're gonna get people shooting you messages. Hey, I live in the same city as you. Do you want to do a local meetup? Okay, you could do local meetups. You could do local pickups. There's, instead of sending it out or mailing it or getting a tracking number or anything like that, there's it gives you a code that a code that the buyer has, and then you as a seller have to scan that code in. If the code isn't scanned, or it's a QR code, if that doesn't scan, then there is a number code that you can input in the event that the QR code doesn't work. So, but they also mentioned that way you avoid paying shipping and seller fees. That is a big no-no. You do not. If your item is listed on eBay and someone shoots you a message over saying, hey, let's meet up locally, I can pay you in cash, you can't do that. eBay will catch it, and I don't know what happened. You get a defect on your account? I mean, I'm pretty sure there might be like a warning or two first before they, you know, take any, you know, more strict action, but you definitely don't do that. You don't take anything offline. I've met up with people locally, and you know, sometimes the eBay messaging system just doesn't work as fast as maybe text message, and I'm trying to give people my phone number. Just text me. You've already paid for it. Text me, but it flags it anyway when you put your phone number in there. So be cautious with that. If anybody's trying to do a local meetup to bypass fees, whatever, you cannot do that. So just be aware. If it's on eBay, you got to sell. I mean, ultimately, you can do whatever you want, but you can't exchange this. I don't know how else you're supposed to get a hold of the person. You know, once they see, they'll see that in your messaging system, and you know, I don't know. Just don't do it. Don't do it. That's it. Just don't do it. You don't want to ruin your account, or you don't want to be, you know, getting defects or anything like that. Okay. I just came up right now at this moment. First item up, we have an NVIDIA Shield. Now, the NVIDIA Shield is came out as a handheld portable device. It has a screen, it has a controller, or a screen built into the controller, and it has Android. It's an older version of Android, so you can't really update it to the latest. It still has some games on there you can play. I used to play Half-Life 2 on it. It's a little, for me, it's a little weird. I'm not really used to a controller. I've been a PC gamer for so long. I do very poor with controllers. I'm not very good. So I had it. I thought it was cool. I've had it for a while. It was one of my own personal pieces, but it's just been sitting around, and I'm like, man, I'm really not doing anything with it. I can't upgrade it or anything, so I'm like, I'm just going to sell it. I know it sells for around $100. And it sold for $76.50. You know, it actually sells closer to $80 is what it actually sells for. So $76.50 is what we sold it for, and great sale. And I got something moving around the house. You might have stuff laying around the house as well too that have value. This just happens, to be a gaming device, and gaming is incredibly popular. NVIDIA is a big name in gaming. Another thing to look out for as far as the NVIDIA Shield, there's the NVIDIA Shield. They made a tablet and controller combo. It's not connected, but it's just a tablet that you can set up, and then you have the controller. Sometimes the controllers can sell pretty well. Obviously, if you have the tablet with the controller, it sells well. There's the NVIDIA Shield, which hooks up to your TV, which does incredibly well too. So look out for NVIDIA products. NVIDIA is gaming, and obviously people pay a premium for gaming. NVIDIA graphics cards, you see me pick them up all the time. Be cautious if you're picking up just loose graphics cards. Unless you can test them, I would stay away from them. You could check to see what they sell for parts. Or if they're brand new. If they're brand new, then don't have to worry about it. They're brand new in a box. Okay, next thing we sold, and this is one, now we're getting into the pieces that sold with no sell-through rate. I knew I could sell them, and we're not talking crazy profit here, but it's still good money, and we're still making money. That's the key. This is a fused glass business card holder. I mean, who's using business card holders nowadays? Who's using business cards? But people still do. People still have them. But a fused glass with a fused glass piece. Really cool, just like old school, retro, 80s. I sold what I sold last time that reminded me of Saved by the Bell. A hat. I sold a Disneyland hat that reminded me of Saved by the Bell. This also too kind of reminded me of Saved by the Bell. I didn't put that in the title, but I put 80s, 90s, office, desk, and I put the kind of like the colors, retro in there, and it sold $10.40. I think we got this for under $1. I think it was 89 cents at Goodwill. So, really cool piece. Just a little retro piece. Nothing crazy, but it was cool. And It's profitable. It's a profitable item to sell if you can find it for the right price. You know, around $1 is what I recommend. So really cool. No sell-through rate at all. No name on it. No nothing. It's just a piece of fused glass. Someone liked it, saw it. It's easy to ship. It's tiny. I put this in a bubble mailer, by the way. I just wrapped it 4 times in bubble wrap. I did put a little bit of packaging paper. I stuffed it in where you would put the business cards. Wrapped it up 4 times. Sent it on its way. Cool piece. Okay, now I talked about this in the previous video as well too. But we have the thermal take hard drive cages with the hard drive sleds in them. I thought this would be a long tail item. I thought it'd probably sit for a while, but it didn't. It's about a week and a half. We already sold one, $27. Again, no sell-through rate. Incredibly niche item. Incredibly niche. Someone really, really has to be actively looking for this piece. But I'm telling you, people are. I've looked for these in the past. Not necessarily this brand, but people want the OEM ones. Usually when you go on looking for this kind of stuff, it's all remakes coming out of China. Who knows if it's even here stateside, if you can get it quick enough or not. But I happened to find these. These came out of a computer case, more than likely. Someone just probably needed more space in there. $27 what we sold it for. And again, another easy shipper. Just goes in a small little bag. No sell-through rate at all on these items, or on those 2 items. The NVIDIA show there was sell-through rate. But the other ones, no sell-through rate at all. So you can still sell items with no sell-through rate, with even poor sell-through rate, because I've done it. And I've made money doing it. I don't pass up items that I know I can sell. If I feel I can sell that item, I'll do it, regardless of sell-through rate. It takes time to develop that I don't know, is it confidence or just knowledge or just the ability to recognize items that will sell well, that you can sell well, that you can describe properly, that you can set up a title. You know, it's all about window dressing. It's all about dressing up your item, getting it in front of the right eyes. And, you know, no matter what people says, I know a lot of people are talking about, you know, eBay search is broken, it's something wrong with it. I have not experienced any problems with it at all. Like I've said, I don't know. I can't say that they're not experiencing these problems, because many people are, and I can't say that all these people are wrong, but I don't experience any of these issues, and people are still finding my items. Is it the title structure? That's why I'm starting to put these title structures on there and make sure you guys can see those title structures, so that way you guys can properly list your items as well too, and take great pictures. You know, the more, you know, hopefully, you know, the more you grow and everything, you start to expand your ability to take pictures. You know, better lighting, I have light boxes. You know, light boxes here. I have a white background. I actually have oh, you see in the pictures. Yeah, it's just a cardboard. It's just a white cardboard thing that I use, and I have the, you know, I put the rulers in there, so that way people can know exactly what the size of the item is, what it looks like. I still get questions though about size, even though the rulers are in there. People still say, "How tall is it? How wide is it?" I'm like, did they not see the rulers in the picture? So, otherwise, that's the end of the video, guys. Let me know what you guys think down below. Would you guys be interested in coming to, if you guys are going to visit San Jose at all? I mean, I don't know. Is there stuff to do here? I don't know. Do people come here on vacation? San Francisco's right up the, you know, 30 or 40 miles up the road there. So, but let me know what you guys think of what I talked about today. Sell-through rate. If you guys follow it, great. It's a great tool to use. Personally, I don't really look. I mean, I look at it, yeah, because I'm going through there, but it's not something I rely upon. Hit the thumbs up to like the video. Subscribe. Hit the bell notification. Every Thursday we do a live show from the flea market. So if you want to get notified of when I go live, you got to be subscribed, and you got to hit that bell notification to catch those videos. Otherwise, we'll catch you in the next one.
They can be a great people, Kal-El. They wish to be. They only lack the light to show the way.
Hey everyone, welcome to the video, and welcome to, we're going to go to Goodwill right now. Today's actually a Wednesday. I ended up skipping senior day. My allergies have been beating me up, so I was in there, wasn't feeling it, and so I decided to scrap the day, go home and do some listing. So today's Wednesday, and typically I shoot about 3 to 4 videos on a given day, so that way I have enough content to post for you guys. And then what we usually do about 2. I was doing 2 flea market videos. However, one of those days has now become a live selling day. So, but let's get in there. Let's see what we can do. Allergies, still pretty intense, but I brought out the big guns. We're going with Sudafed, 12-hour. So that should hopefully get me through the day. But let's get in there, see what we can find. Buy low, sell high. We're selling on eBay primarily. And, okay, yeah, let's get in. All right, pull up. Day's a little bit better today, a little less crowded. Let's see what we got over here. That's pretty cool. This is a little, just a little egg shape paperweight. I saw this here yesterday. I didn't really. You can tell it's definitely handmade or hand blown. It has a little what they call a pommel, if I remember correctly, on the bottom. It's just a little part they break off of the stem they're using to create the glass. Okay. What we got over here? Oh, the Bo Jackson card. That's that little card right there. It's pretty. Actually, I used to have that back in the day. Bo Jackson was a very popular player. Not really the New Balances that we're kind of looking for. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything really here. Let's go take a look at the shelves. Okay. If you guys have been watching the videos, you guys know I like to pick up silverware. It's easy to list. It's not that I love silverware or anything like that, but it is easy to list. It does sell really well. I sell silverware maybe every other day or so, so I do like to get big bags of it for the right price, but I'm not seeing anything here. Oh, this little Starbucks mug. Don't really think that's worth it. Let's see. Not really anything. Calling you.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this. This is a $11. Holy cow! This is they actually do go for quite a bit. I think they're cheaper though retail. These are the smaller ones. It's eucalyptus and mint or spearmint. It's a really good one. I mean, if it wasn't $11, I'd pick it up. If it was more like $5, I probably would. I mean, the resale value is probably right there at about 11. All right, here we're making our way towards the back like we usually do here. Come straight back. We want to check out the electronic area. And these things can be a little deceiving, and They're not really old, but they're made to look old. I might take a look at it just because it's the plug and everything. $10. Well, it looks clean. I might. We'll see. We will see about that. Charging. This is it's not official Nintendo. If it was official Nintendo, maybe I'd give it a second look, but it's an off-brand. Some of the off-brands do well, but not that. Ooh, keyboard. Here we go. I don't think it's anything really cool. It's just a Lenovo. And some sort of multimedia keyboard there. Nothing really that crazy. Oh, there's a Cross. Cross is a decent name. Here's a label maker. $5. Probably $12. But we're missing the power cord. First off. 13. I don't think so. Let's see what's right over here. Some decent Logitech. Does have the dongle. I'll look up the model on that. We got some little food dog lamps up there. Come take a look over here. We got nope. Okay, Thomas the Train book, which actually reminds me, I have bags of Thomas the Train I gotta go through still. I just remembered. Maybe if that was a real wheel, might be worth it, but don't think so. All right. Well, we've got a couple of things definitely to look up.
Yeah, I tried to catch you when you left. Oops. I did see this, but this has to have cords and stuff.
Okay, we're down here in the toy aisle. I did kind of look at the plush already, and it's didn't really see too much there. I did see this right here. This Melissa and Doug right here.
When I said to check to make sure it works,
Melissa and Doug does okay. It's a little bit more of a premium. It is a mailbox, which is kind of cool. And the price is just about right at $4.39.
So, these are your options here, and then whatever's left over, you can get other stuff to add on to it.
Let's see what else. I do want to go look at the this right here. Oh. I knew they looked kind of familiar.
Do you speak Spanish?
Oh, look at that price right there, $16. Ooh, we'll put it in the cart and we'll see. There was actually a bunch of Jim Shore like eggs and stuff inside the glass. Somebody was looking at it right now, so I'm gonna go take a look.
Oh, you didn't buy it yet?
We could.
No, you buy it with cash.
Oh, God.
No, I my credit card.
George gave me the money.
George gave me the money. So we got the cash.
Oh, if you didn't buy it, then
You did buy it.
okay.
No, he
Okay, then, I don't know, you tell them.
we didn't buy it.
We didn't buy it there.
Box, no.
I don't know, man, that's confusing.
Let me look up here.
How you would go
Let's look up here. Oh, it's not really anything.
$20-some over there. Over there. Cashier.
Deluxe rotary set. It's not really like it's not really any major brand I'm looking out for. Villainous. This right here is a Hasbro. Some thing there now. So we have like a Lego box down here. I've seen this down here, and I think I had it in my cart for a while. But I don't know. I don't think it's worth the $8 that it's that they're pricing it at. Oops, I flipped it back to me. I don't think it's worth the $8 that it has some Lego Duplos in it. I've already looked at it, and Lego Duplos do okay. You really want the original Legos. Just checking out the miscellaneous. I'm not really seeing much in here. There are some CDs and stuff in here. Something like like these. If you find DVDs, that's kind of cool. It's gotta be brand new, sealed though. I wouldn't mess with anything that's already been opened. Then you gotta count them out. I don't know. I don't really sell the used ones, so. All right, let's flip this back around and let's continue on down. We're gonna look at the miscellaneous pottery and glass. Okay. We are now in the miscellaneous pottery. I'm gonna switch sides just because I'm gonna operate the camera with my right hand. This is right here, no evil, see no evil. Doesn't even feel like pottery or anything. Definitely stay away from these things. They don't sell. They don't sell for very much. What do they want? I get $3. You have a tough time giving them away for $3. Temptations. You guys know me. I'm gonna check out the mugs for sure. Always on the lookout for ones that I collect. Don't see any here. But might be something good. You never know. You never know with the mugs. So this is Carlos Santana, maybe? Starker. Probably some sort of custom mug. Okay, let's hook around on this other side of the clear glass. We have the clear glass on this side. And again, really tough. Not easy. Let's see. I'm not really spotting anything here. Let's move around to. Let's cut around over here really quick. We're going to check out the purses. Got the purses and the bags. Well, first I'm going to start with the bag, like backpacks and stuff, and then this Titan is kind of like the lower end competitor to Yeti. Actually, I find them kind of on par with the same quality, but Yeti sells for a lot more. So if you do see any Yeti cooler or anything, definitely worth picking it up. you guys don't know by now, I'm actually holding a camera, so I'm operating with one hand. Typically, I would do my point of view shots, but I mean, this is technically point of view, but I can flip the camera around. Mary Kay, stay away from. Okay, let's jump over to the purses. So, not really seeing anything here. Let's see what this is. There's a long champ right there, but it's got quite a bit of damage, so Longchamp has like a little race dog. Looks like a greyhound. Betsy Johnson here. I mean, it's only $5 and something cents. But it's got some staining on the inside, so we'll stay away from that. I'm gonna get over to the section where the music's kind of loud, so I'll get right back to you.
Do you not like that?
Okay. I went through the hats and I went to the hats and I went through the shoes. I mean, there's shoes over here, but I went through the other shoes over there. The ones that are typically priced lower, and I didn't find anything that great. So, if I have some time over here in the glass, it's a bow and arrow, but it's not anything that great. It's a Batman animated series, although it looks older animated series stuff will do well. The newer stuff, cellular headset. Not a major name brand. Okay, here we go. These are the Jim Shore. These are the ones I want to look at up here. These Jim Shore Easter baskets. And for the most part, they're gonna go for about $40-ish, even with the eggs in it. I mean, they're cool, but they wouldn't be worth it at, the smaller ones with the eggs. Right there with the actual Easter bunny is $44. They're not going to be worth it at all. There's like Nano Bricks, which is like the knockoff Lego. There's a witch back there. Do you see that little witch back there? Let me look that up. I didn't see that earlier. Okay, give me a sec. What's Jim Shore? Hold on. Okay, so this guy here goes for about $20-ish. Oop, let me just fix the camera really quick. About $20 or so. So I don't think we're going to take that guy. Not at $11. Maybe if it was on the $5 range, I might take a shot on it. This right here at $5 isn't going to be worth it. It's about an $8 mouse. And Jim Shore, bunny rabbit, we're going to leave behind. The chocolate, I guess, supposed to emulate chocolate bunnies. But again, we're looking about $25-ish there. I am going to take the male. I think it's supposed to come with other pieces in it. But at $4, I think there's some good money, some decent profit to be made there. I am going to take that witch I just showed you in the picture. Is it worth it? It's $44. Resale value is probably, let's flip the camera around really quick here. So resale value on the witch is probably around $75 to $80. As we get closer to Halloween, it might be more, but
Maria!
But it is a cool piece. Cool little dog down there. It is a cool piece. It might be a keeper. It has a crystal. I was trying to decide or trying to see if it actually came with that crystal or not. I'm not familiar with Jim Shore having crystals like that. It's more like in the fantasy range of items, which didn't know Jim Shore did. Okay, we're gonna rock on out, head down the road, hit another Goodwill. I should say I don't know if we're gonna have that Goodwill in this video, but I'm going to another Goodwill. That might be in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to the end of the video, and I hope you guys enjoyed that trip over to Goodwill. I'm going to do a little something different to where I'm actually holding the camera, so that way, you know, I could do a little bit more of a selfie mode, you know, showing myself while I'm there, actually at the Goodwill flea market. Maybe the flea market might stay the same, just because it's so... everything's so open and exposed, you know, I don't know. I feel like the flea market is better with the, you know, with the little camera on my pack, and just get that wide angle shot. And the Goodwill, I can, you know, can use the other way. I don't know. I'm gonna test it out. I'm testing out some, you know, I'm always trying to improve, make the videos better, improve them, and hopefully, you know, you guys enjoy them as well too. If you're here for the, you know, the entertainment, you know, I hope you guys enjoyed that. You guys are here to learn a little something about reselling. I hope you guys enjoyed that too. Not too much this trip, just 2 items. The Melissa and Doug is right down here. It's a mailbox, which goes for about $30 to $40. Melissa and Doug is okay. Not all of it does very well. You'll find a lot of, for me, I find a lot of new stuff. Melissa and Doug here at different Goodwills. It just doesn't sell well, you know. And sometimes if it's brand new, they'll price it up, and then, you know, it's just priced to a point where there's no profit to be made. So you have to stay away from it. And then the witch is really cool. We're gonna keep that. It was just an unusual Jim Shore piece. Not used to that, you know, that more darker, you know, theme when it comes to Jim Shore. It was more like the Easter baskets that were in there, which were priced too high. The 2 of them were $27, and the other 2 were $44. So, and they would go for right around $40 with the eggs and everything. So it was like, there's really no profit in packaging those up. You know, it was like, maybe the 27 there might have been. I maybe could have got like, I don't know, maybe $8 profit or something. But is it worth it? In my opinion, no. But the witch, you'll probably, a further review would probably go for around $70-ish. But we're gonna keep it. So, you know, there's definitely more profit in that witch than the other pieces. But at 44, I still wouldn't. If it was 44 and we were going to resell it, I wouldn't be purchasing that item. It might, maybe as we get closer to Halloween, might go up, but it seems to be around a $70 piece. And after shipping supplies, it's going to take a little bit to ship, and fees and everything, the profit margin is going to be kind of slim. Plus, I don't like to have that much cost rolled up into that kind of an item. I would like a little bit more profit if I'm going to have that kind of money tied up in an item. One item, that is. If it's a big bunch of items, different story. But 2 things we're going to talk about. We're talking about shipping, and we're going to talk about a really cool item I found at the flea market today. First off, shipping, May 15th. Day of this coming out to Friday, so it'll be 2 days ago for you guys. But May 15th is when eBay instituted the new policy of offering the discounted rate to buyers. Now, you did have the option of opting out of that. Now, I didn't get the email, so I got it, you know, through word of mouth, through YouTube. I was watching, because I already offer the discounted rate, and everybody on YouTube, who's talking about reselling, who's been reselling, who sells on eBay, and they were talking about other shipping issues. We're switching to flat rate, or we're offering free shipping because the shipping is just way too high, and they would speak of what how much they're being charged. I'm like, wow, that doesn't make sense to me. And I just assumed that everybody was, everybody on YouTube, or everybody was, big time, eBay sellers, that they were actually using that discounted rate already, or passing along that discounted rate. And it turns out it wasn't true. They were offering the full, the full shipping cost. If you guys go to the USPS or Postal Annex, it's outrageous. It's wild. I was like, being, you know, on eBay for so long, selling for well over 20 years, it's like, wow, the shipping cost is just wild. You know, I'm at the post office almost every day, so sometimes I hear, like, I'm like, wow, it costs that much? Like, dang. So my recommendation, if you guys need to ship anything out personally, or I mean, even for business too, sign up for Pirate Ship. They offer almost exact rates as eBay, and you know, I've sent boxes out to family and friends and all that using Pirate Ship, and you just print out a label on your label maker, and you're good to go. But so they changed it over to that. And I would definitely recommend people, you know, if you did get the email, you're probably charging, you know, the full rate, and I understand why. You know, you'll make a little bit of money on the shipping cost of things, and that goes to help your business. It should go to help your business. You know, the cost of boxes, cost of packaging, all this stuff really, really adds up. And however, you know, I do make a little bit. I don't make as much as, you know, if I were to charge the full, you know, the full shipping cost. But I do make some, and you know, I buy my packaging stuff usually in bulk, so that way I get a better deal on the individual unit, or the individual box, or the individual bubble mailer. So I try to reduce my cost that way. But it also helps too to get a little bit more in that shipping. Now I do like a flat weight system, and one of these days I'll do a video explaining shipping and everything like that. But it usually, on the low end, so on the lighter weight items, I'll usually make about $1, $2 the most on each shipping, on each item that I ship out, and that goes into the shipping cost, because for a box, you know, a box is about right around ish 50 60 cents or so, I would say, probably on average. Some of the bigger boxes can be a little wild, especially if you go buy them individually. They can get up there in price. I think one of the unusual boxes is the box I use for golf clubs, and that I order. Those are right around $2, just under $2 a box. So I do keep those in hand. I don't use them that often, but I do keep them on hand. They've come in handy, especially for cutting it down to size for other items. So I do like that when a box is very versatile. Then I can accept the cost, you know, of that box. For the most part, most of the boxes I sell are under $1, or that I use are under $1. A lot of bubble mailers that I use, so that cost is very minimal. So the amount of money that I make on shipping goes to those supplies, goes to purchasing those supplies. And one thing that really has helped is also the cubic pricing that now, well, I think I have it upstairs, so probably my son dropped something. But the cubic pricing, and it really helped in the mug situation. So I usually use a flat dimension. I use a dimension on all my items, usually, unless they're over that dimension, but it's 12 by 10 by 10. Which, before they instituted the cubic pricing, was generally the baseline for what, you know, if you put that in, it's going to give you the lowest possible cost of shipping. And generally, most of my items fit into that category. They're definitely a lot smaller than that. Like, you know, I got all these, like, Thomas the Train things. These go in bubble mailers, so way below the 12 by 10 by 10. But it doesn't really matter, because it's going to cost that price at a 12. You know, this right here, like, if I were to put this in a 12 by 10 by 10, and, you know, let's just say for some reason this with the box is, you know, £1, it's still going to cost around $6 to ship that out. Whether I put it in that box and it weighs a pound, or I put it in a bubble mailer and it weighs a pound, you know, it's still going to be that, you know, that cost with those dimensions. So that's why I use that dimension, because it's just the baseline. So with the cubic pricing, I've noticed with mugs is that when you put in the weight, and generally mugs are right around 2 pounds with packaging material and everything. They're going to be right around 2 pounds. And so before the cubic pricing, usually it's around $9. I don't remember the exact number, but it was right around $9 to ship that item out. Now it's gone down. It's gone down because I use 6 by 6 by 6 boxes. So if I plug in 6 by 6 by 6, still the 2 pounds, it goes down depending upon where it's going. If it's going across the country, it's usually right around $8. I think it was like $7.70 something cents or so. And then if it's going within the state, it's just over $6. So that also does help out, and that's going to help out in the cost of my supplies in my business here. But I'm always thinking about the cost of supplies when I'm buying items. I'm always trying to buy items as low as possible because, you know, everything goes up. Everything goes up in price. I've heard that USPS may be offering free boxes for Ground Advantage people. If that's a thing, that may cause me to rethink, you know, some of my shipping and some of my cost of shipping as well too. But we'll see. Right now I'm ordering boxes. I do keep boxes a lot, but most of the boxes and stuff I use to ship stuff out, I really don't use that many boxes. I shipped out 17 orders yesterday. So, or yesterday I should say. This will be 2 days ago with 17 orders for when the video comes out. So 2 days ago when the video comes out, I had to go ship 17 orders a day. So as you can see, that's why I have to ship out every single day. If I don't ship out every single day, like those 17 orders, be another 17 orders, another 17. You know, everything could just start piling up, and then by the time you know it, you have a bunch of orders. So I ship out every single day. So I got those orders out to the post office, and I think only 3 of them were actually 4 of them were actually boxes. The rest, poly mailers. It's amazing because I tend to focus more on things like around here. Like I ship out a lot of mice. Even some keyboards. Some keyboards, you'd be shocked. They can go in poly mailers and they'd be perfectly fine arriving to their customer. What else did I do? I sold a GoPro. I sold a tiny little Sony tape recorder that went for quite a bit actually. Close to $60 for that tape recorder. What else did I sell? Like a kid's like a video. What was it? You put a small little DVD in it, and then it has a little screen on there, and you can watch the movie, or it was like an interactive movie thing. That sold. Some hats sold. Well, hats don't go in poly mailers; they go in boxes. But I did sell some hats, baseball gloves, baseball mitts. I sold a couple of baseball mitts. Those also go in poly mailers. So a lot of my stuff goes in poly mailers, and let me tell you something. It makes it really easy when it comes to shipping out. So you see in the videos, I tend to stay away from those larger items. Yes, there's some more profit sometimes in those larger items, but how much of a headache is that going to cause you in the future? You know, like I always say, I like to sell. You know, I like to sell like these Thomas. I have these Thomas Train right in front of me. I have a whole bunch of them, but like these Thomas the Train, these things go for surprisingly $20, $25. I've sold some of them for up to $30 in engine. You know, I sold some glass vases for around $30, and those have to get packed. You know, bubble wrap, packaging paper in a box. I'd rather throw one of these in a poly mailer and make the same amount of money. So. Okay, enough about that. Let me show you the cool item. Dang, my camera's already overheating. It must be getting close to summer. Let me show you the cool item. So I went to the flea market today and did my live show today, which live show Thursday. Hit the bell notification if you guys want to get notified of those. Unfortunately, I can't set those up ahead of time, so you do need to be subscribed and bell notification to get notified when I drop those or when they start. Today was kind of an odd day because it kind of cut short. I don't know what happened to the internet, but cut short by like 20 minutes. Either way, I did find these while I was there. Now I spotted this. If those of you, those of you guys are into computer gaming or anything, this is what I saw on the floor. There were 3 of these and 2 without the shroud. And this is a graphics card. Well, this isn't necessarily the graphics card because I flipped it over and that's what's there. So this is the cooling unit that goes on top of graphics cards. Now, I was looking at now this is fairly large, as you can see. So it's even large for graphics card standards. I know some, a lot of modern graphics cards, these things are getting bigger and bigger, but this is monstrous compared to what a lot of them, even the ones I use, are nowhere near this size. However, I saw this size. I saw this. I saw this. I saw that. I saw how thick it was. I was like, oh man, I know what that goes to. And it's a, well, I wasn't sure 100% exactly what it went to. It's an NVIDIA card. I knew that. But I was like, does that go to a 3090 or a 4090? And this goes to a 4090. So but that is referencing the model of the graphics card, and the 3090 and the 4090 were the last two top tier video cards you can possibly get from NVIDIA. And so the 4090 being, you know, the latest model, and so it's just a beast of a card. It needs a massive cooling unit on it, and this is the stock cooling unit. This isn't what is probably on the card this came off of right now, because they probably put some sort of fancy water cooling, and so they didn't need this. However, typically we wouldn't get rid of this. Have I ever done, you know, swapped out cooling units on graphics card? Yes, I have. The older I got, the less I saw the less point in doing that. So I was less. You really do that to get more performance. A lot of this stuff is coming off like the this is all like thermal. There's thermal paste. There's thermal pads to help transfer the heat, to assist in transferring the heat from the hottest parts of the card, which usually the memory and the actual graphics chip itself. It assists in transfer that heat over to the plate. You see the copper plate, because copper, you know, can accept or can transfer heat very well. And then that copper goes off into these, you can see like these little pipes here, right there, the pipe ends, and that heat travels through the pipe end. There's actually a heat pipe. There's like a heat wicking. There's a wick inside there, but to avoid getting into all the specifics here, but the heat travels along this pipe, and then it goes to the fins, kind of like a radiator of fins, and that heat gets dissipated by the fans that are on top, and then the whole cycle continues over and over again. Enough of a lesson on heating and cooling. You're not here for that, but I picked these up for under $5. All the like the cooling, all the thermal stuff is all coming off, so it's probably been dried out. But that's okay. I'm going to clean it off anyway. What do you call it? What are they saying? So I saw these there sitting there, and I'm like, I was waiting for the guy to come back because the actual seller had left for the moment. And so I was waiting for him to come back, and sure enough, he does. And I asked him, how much? How much for these? And he goes, if you take them all, $20 for all of them. So like, okay, done. $20, boom. Brought them home. Not knowing exactly what they would go for, but I do know there is a value here. I know there's more than, you know, when it comes out to less than $5 each. I knew there was more than, you know, $5 each for these. I sold recently just this plastic part with the fans on it for another generation of graphics cards. Actually, two generations previous to this. I sold just the plastic part, not the metal. I sold that for $30. And so this, with the actual heatsink and everything, I looked it up already. Because it's a 4090, so it's the most recent iteration. Should sell. Now, I should say should sell because I couldn't find this exact one. So this is, does it say Gigabyte? Oh, yeah. So it says Gigabyte on there. So it's a Gigabyte. So this is the actual company that produces the card. The chips are made by NVIDIA, but the Gigabyte actually makes the card, makes the cooler and all that stuff. But, so I found another brand that had some sold. The other brand is called Asus. And they sold similar to this. That one actually sold with a back plate. There's like a back plate to the card, which, just a metal back plate. This goes on the front of the card, excuse me. This goes to the front of the card, and there's a back plate usually. So the Asus one sold for $250. So we got some big money here. I mean, big money from reselling standards. I mean, it's going to be like probably about $150-ish or so. So turning about $5 into hopefully about a, I'm guessing hopefully maybe about a $200 sale. We'll see. Obviously, there's a lot of profit margin in there, so I'm open to accepting offers. There's really no sell-through rate, if you guys want to call it that. If you guys are interested in sell-through rate, there's really no sell-through rate in this. So it's all going to be what somebody's willing to pay. And I do know people look for this, just like that hard drive cage with the sleds that I showed you guys. I know there's a market for it because I've looked for this stuff, and there's a lot of people like me that do system builds, computer builds, they're into gaming, that have maybe want to revert back to the original cooling unit, that actively look for these things, and they will sell, because usually what's on eBay to actually replace it is remakes, usually from China. Usually they just, I don't know how they make, they probably just, run them off a line. Same way that they make them regularly, but they're not considered what's OEM, or not, the original manufacturers. And we all want the original manufacturers, You don't want the knockoffs. You want the original item. So I'm going to post these for around $200 each. I might do $250 a piece and open up best offer, of course, like I most of the time do. Not always. Like I most of the time do. I'll have best offer open on these, and I got a lot of room to play with. And, hopefully they go for close to around $200-ish, I hope. We'll see. That'll be some good money on those. Okay, let's get to the what sold. Okay, and we're back to the what sold here. Again, I want to stress as well, too, when you're watching what sold videos, or people are telling you what sold, make sure to always keep in the back of your mind that, you can set anywhere from same day, where you ship out the same day. This is handling time. You can ship out the same day. In order to be top rated plus, you have to do with at least within a day, or one business day. So if anything's bought today, it needs to be shipped out by tomorrow, and then you get top rated plus status on those items. You can change what I'm like. You can have items where you put 2 business days. It takes 2 business days to ship, and those items will not be under top rated plus status. But I like to maintain my top rated plus status on all my listings, so everything is just 1 day turnaround. Plus, you have to add that 30-day free shipping as well too. But we're talking about shipping right now, and you can extend that for anywhere from same day shipping. And I just looked it up. Just before I flip the camera back on, I wanted to see exactly how long. So eBay recommends anywhere between same day up to 3 business day turnaround time, or handling time. But you can go up to 40 days, which I didn't even realize that 40 days was you could set a 40-day. So someone could buy something and don't expect it to enter the mail system, whatever system it is, UPS, USPS, whatever it is, for 40 days. That's crazy. Because I know you can also do time away mode. So I don't think that many people do anything beyond, I think most people probably do 3 business days. I could be wrong, because you can extend it, up to 40, which is wild. So, and then if you go on vacation, you can set vacation mode, so then you can be gone a long time between shipping. So, the reason why I say that, I was just watching a video as well too, where they said, okay, we're shipping out, I forgot what they said, like 47. Okay, we have 47 orders going out today. And I'm like, okay, but how many days did it take? And I know, you can, all this stuff is public knowledge. You can go look at, and see how many orders people are getting in, primarily for eBay. I don't know. I was watching eBay set resellers, so just be aware, if you are a reseller and you're seeing these people, shoot out big numbers, it's not realistic. It's 40-something orders over the course of, I would say, maybe 3 days, maybe more if they possibly went on vacation, but I would think at the minimum 3 days. So 40 orders over the course of 3 days. Could be more than that. I don't know. I don't know what people's business policies are. So just be aware of that. If you're here for reselling and you're thinking you're not adding up, trust me, a lot of these people, 5, sales a day is an average, 8 sales a day is an average, 10 sales a day is an average. So don't let that, don't be like, I'm not making, 40 sales a day, so I'm how am I supposed to achieve that? Or I can barely achieve that. But trust me, no one's doing. There are people that are doing it, but the people that are out there aren't really doing 40 sales a day. So I'll just put it there. Okay, so 3 cool, interesting, unique items, or items you should be on the lookout for. Right off the bat, we have. So let me scoot over here. Here we go. We have 2 shot glasses. Now, shot glasses aren't really, people collect them, but they aren't really valuable. Very few actually are. I wouldn't say these are incredibly valuable, but it was a good sale, and I got these at a very low price. So I paired these up, sold them for $13.46. That's 2. They're more, in my opinion, shooter glass styles, which are your taller, shot glasses, and they're branded PlayStation, Sony, gaming. I thought these would sell, and sure enough, they did. So I actually have, I think I have 6 of these, and I sold them in pairs. Selling them in pairs, so I still have 2 more listed, if I remember correctly. Yeah, pretty sure I have 2 more sets listed. But $13.46, great price. This goes in a bubble mailer. Surprisingly, it's glass, but it's small enough to where I can wrap it 4 times in bubble wrap. Plus, the bubble mailer has bubble wrap. And then I usually fold that over for these smaller items because I use a slightly larger size of bubble mailer because, like I've always said, my shipping supplies are pretty versatile and can be used for a wide range of items. If I have to fold it, cut it down, I'll do that with an existing box I already have because it's easy. And, I'm trying to get through things pretty quickly, trying to get through shipping pretty quickly. We got to ship, we got to source. There's a lot of stuff to do here. So I try to get through all my shipping pretty quick. But here we go. Sony PlayStation shot glasses. Look out for them. Anything pretty much branded Sony, PlayStation. Well, Sony is a very good name. And like I said earlier in the video, I sold the Sony. It was a tape recorder, vintage tape recorder. And broken, mind you. And it's still sold for $60. So, I don't have that in this video, but I'll probably show it in a future video. Maybe the next video I put out, I'll show that to be on the lookout for. But Sony's a good name. PlayStation. If it has PlayStation on it, you can throw gaming in there as well too. Barware. You can use shot glass. You can use shooters. Just a great piece, and it's sold. So that's often in the mail. Another item that's sold. So definitely be on the lookout. Here it is right here, a Beats pill. And this is a Bluetooth speaker. Look out for Bluetooth speakers, especially the higher end names like Beats, like Sony, like, what do I use a JBL, a UE, or Ultimate Ears is what it stands for. If I remember correctly, it's a subsidiary, or it might be just the name of the product from Logitech. Great brands to look out for. The red Beats ones seem to go for a little bit more money if they're red. I just saw the broken one of these as well too for $20. So something about the red just seems to really be more desirable. So this one actually worked. It was a smaller type speaker, clip-on speaker, Beats Pill Red. And Beats was, a company started by Dr. Dre and I can't remember the other guy's name. There's another guy. I think he's one producer in the music industry, but it was founded by those two. Eventually purchased by Apple, so you can use Dr. Dre, you can use Apple in there. I don't think I threw Apple in there. I didn't throw Apple in that thing. I don't know why. But Bluetooth speaker, portable. I did test it. Great speaker, great sale, $60. How much it sold for? And again, another poly mailer bag item. And I just wrapped this a couple of times in bubble wrap. It had its own case as well too. And I threw it in a bubble mailer, and it's on its way. Piece of cake, easy $60. Next item that we sold, and this one, let me tell you. So this is a Pickup Bricks vacuum cleaner. And I put kids' rooms, small toys. If you look at the box and you look at the picture, it has Legos on there. You cannot use Lego on there, on your list. You can't use Lego. You can't use minifigure, it'll get flagged because it's not a Lego branded item. I believe this was an as seen on TV product. I could have probably used that. I'm not 100% sure. I was kind of worried because I think a couple months ago I did get flagged for an item, or a Vero for an item that is similar to Lego. I'm not 100% sure exactly why it got taken down, but it got taken down for basically a fake item. I'm assuming it was Lego. I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like a Lego. It wasn't a Lego product, but it got taken down. I ended up listing that on Mercari, and that sold relatively quickly. So I initially listed this on Mercari, and it wasn't really getting any attention over there. It's a pretty unique, niche kind of item. I think it wasn't getting, it just wasn't, people just weren't looking for it, or Mercari wasn't actively pushing it out to people to look for. So I went ahead and listed this on eBay about a couple weeks ago, and it sold full asking price, $90 for this. It was complete, open box. I found this at Goodwill. This one took a little bit to ship. I was fortunate enough the buyer was up in Oregon. Now, the box size was just under 12 inches all the way around. It was a cube, so just under 12 inches all the way around. And I didn't quite have a box to fit that. So I'm like, oh man, what am I going to do? I have larger boxes I could potentially cut down, because sometimes some of the shipping supplies I get comes in really large boxes. And I'll just keep them just in case. And I have broken them down before to a smaller size, and I thought I was going to have to do this with this product. But luckily they were in Oregon, so what I was able to do was put I keep some USPS priority boxes. I don't really use them that often, but I do keep them in stock because they're free to order from the post office. These are the large mailing box. And what I did was I actually put 2 of these together. So let me put this down really quick. So what I did was I took 2 of these boxes, and these fold, and I was able to put 2 of them together, one on top of the other, and send it priority mail. Now when you're using these, because these are priority mail, you have to use priority. Now if it was going somewhere farther, I think, anything after Nevada, it might have been, the shipping cost would have been too much, and I just would have had to have figured it out, created a box so I can send it ground, because the shipping would have been too much. With these boxes, with priority, it added about $1.20 to the shipping cost. So not crazy. I got it for a good price. I got it for, I think it was like right around $12. So the profit margin is really good. So it's fine paying a little bit more for the label to get it shipped out in an appropriate box size. And also too, I'm saving on a box as well too, because that would have gone in a larger box. Yes, I probably would have used one of the boxes that my other boxes came in, but there's still a cost with that as well, because it came with other boxes. So there's still slightly a cost with that. And because I was able to use 2 boxes together, it was almost 2 layers of boxes, at least around the sides. I was able to use less packaging material because I had 2 layers of box to help cushion any issues. Plus the box that it was in as well too. So really cool product. Sold for $90. That was a nice sale, and I'm glad it's out of here, because I don't know why, but it was just sitting down here on the bottom. I just kept forgetting to take it up into where I keep all my items stored, and sold. So it was already down here in the shipping area, so I was able to actually, shipping area is over there. I was able to take it to the shipping area, get it packed up, and out of here. Otherwise, that is it. That's all I got. All I got for this video, I should say. Let me know what you guys think of the new format of the video. If you like it, you like seeing me at Goodwill, or if you just like the previous video, if you just like the other formats as well too. Hit the like, subscribe, bell notification, do lives every Thursday. I'm gonna get some more details on my, let me see here. I have a meeting, eBay meeting. When is it? Next week sometime. Where are we going? Yeah, so I have a leadership meeting next week with eBay. So I'm assuming with other, you know, eBay seller group leaders as well too. So I'll get some more information on that, and hopefully, if you know, if you guys want to join, you guys are local, you guys are visiting, I can let you guys know when those meetings are going to be held. I think I'm going to have to come up with a schedule, a plan, and hopefully my wife can help me. She's better at planning than I am. I'm more spur of the moment, but more details to come on that. Otherwise, I hope your guys' sales are going to do well. And I hope, you know, I hope these videos are helpful. You know, let me know down in the comments down below if you're a reseller. If you're here for entertainment, I hope they're entertaining. If you're here for the reselling, I hope I'm providing some valuable content for you guys out there. Otherwise, we'll catch you in the next video.